There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it. There'll be an extra fee for that.
But none of them believed me.
I'll think about it.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Nash Live guy? Wow, you were super quick today. Also, long time no see, man. Long time no see. Hey, I know it's a little late, but Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, man. This might be the last chance I get to greet you, so I'm gonna greet you now. Happy New Year to you. Hey, what's up, Cloud? What's up? How you doing, man? Wait a moment. Hey, Cloud, I don't think I've seen you in a while here on stream, huh? Yo, thank you for the super, Mr. Nice Live guy. Sort of trying to find a place to put my phone down. But I think we're good. My birthday. Really? Yo, happy birthday, Cloud. That's like one of the biggest hellos I'll ever see. Yeah. Yo, thanks again for the super, Mr. Nice Live guy. Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. And a Happy New Year to everybody. Yeah, I think this might be my last stream before before the new year. Oh, you know what? Don't need to do dailies. I just need to do this quest. When you said it's my birthday, all of a sudden I remembered that song. I'm so sorry that I don't know what song that was. You know that song that, like, in Thor Ragnarok, like on the Grandmaster's ship, like, Banner was like pressing buttons, just looking for a button that's, for weapons, and then he just ended up pressing like a big button, apparently for like a party. Investigate. What am I supposed to investigate? Yo, what's up, kitty? You jump 10 times, like IRL? Jumping IRL? Or like in-game? Usually start live stream at like 11 to 3 at night when I'm asleep. Oh yeah, it's like in the afternoon. Could this dog have started barking at a worse time? Jeez, it's literally the middle of the night. It's like 11 at night now. What in the world is that dog barking at? Where is this? Hey, what's up, Unrevealed? Good to see you, man. Yeah, when you say usually, yeah, I guess like I do stream quite a bit more in the afternoon because I don't always have the time to sleep to stream at night. Ask around, but I can't interact with anybody. Yeah, anyway, how's life been, Cloud? Oh, hey, what's up, Taz? Good to see you, man. If I jump IRL, well, I mean, I don't really have a webcam, so there's no way for anybody to verify that. Also, I'm like a big guy, so if I jump IRL, I'm gonna have to do it downstairs, because my upstairs is, well, you know, it's not like the house isn't crumbling or anything, but the upstairs is made of wood, and I'd rather not shorten the lifespan of the flooring. You know what? I'm gonna take you up on that, but I'm gonna have to go downstairs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go downstairs so that I could do it like on the concrete floor. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna leave you with Osmantha Swine. Lifespan. I mean, yeah, it's a wooden floor. Yeah, and honestly, it's not like breaking apart or anything. It's not, but it's. I would imagine like if nobody lived in this house for 5 years, probably, this floor would probably just fall down on its own. Like it's not, you know, I'm not gonna fall through it or anything, but it's certainly not in the sturdiest state it's ever been. Yeah, so I would prefer not to jump on this. Oh, maybe I could just do it on the stairs. The stairs is actually quite sturdy compared to the floor. All right, I'll be right back. 10 times. Gonna jump 10 times. You know what? Since this is the last stream of the year, I'm gonna make that 15 times.
It's so nice to de-stress.
Oh boy. Wow. I'm certainly not in good shape, huh? All right. I'm gonna do my best not to breathe down the microphone. But wow. I don't think I should have done that right away. Maybe I could have done that in like half an hour from now. Because I sort of, well, I guess that was like half an hour when I last ate. But I also kind of ate a lot. Just a bunch of bread. But yeah, I'm okay though. I'm you know, certainly not gonna die or anything. It's just,
Next on the agenda.
oh boy, that was certainly not the best way to do that. What happened? I just jumped. Actually, you know what? I just realized I was jumping and I was counting. I counted up to 20. And I realized, wow, I jumped 20 times. Because I was too like focused. Like, because okay, I said I was gonna jump on the stairs, right? And because I was jumping at the top of the stairs, very top of the stairs, my first like 2 or 3 jumps was, I think I was a little bit too excited, and so I realized, whoa, I'm at the top of the stairs. I gotta make sure I don't fall. So I lost focus and I jumped 20 times instead of 15. So there you go. Those extra 5 jumps for free. Climb up. It won't let me. It won't let me donate. Really? Maybe there's like a cooldown on it or something? Did I miss a burp? No. You didn't miss a burp or anything. It's really went 5 over 15. Yeah. A little bit too focused on not, you know, falling down the stairs and potentially dying. Why were you jumping though? For science. Yes, that's it. It was for science. Oh hey, what's up, Blob? Good to see you, man. Hey guys, this might be my last stream for 2023. So this might be the last chance I get to greet y'all. So yeah, happy new year everybody. 2023 certainly was a year. Right, you know. It wasn't a terrible year. World War III hasn't started. Right? But certainly was not a great year. It was a fast year. Yeah, I think that sort of happens when like most of the year was spent indoors. You know, nothing really happening.
Solidify.
And
Wind strike.
oops, this is not the main account. And I guess that's also because sort of most of the early part of the year, like we were just hearing nothing but like the war up north, you know? Right, like it was just the same piece of news every day for like a big part of the year.
Add Ash. Thank you for
And then that sort of limited how much news there was of other stuff. See you in a year. Happy New Year and Merry late Christmas. And I have to go take a shower now. Alright, hey, thanks for stopping by, Mr. Nice Live Guy. Appreciate it, man. Trying to donate, but it's constantly loading and isn't working. No, sure. No problem, man. Yo, I still appreciate it, though. Ukraine, Russia. Yeah, and... I mean... I guess they wanted to share the spotlight too. They wanted the spotlight on them just for a bit. So just as the year ended, a few other countries also sort of decided, you know what? We want that war spotlight too, you know? Man, can't believe it.
Now you shall perish.
Christmas just happened. And New Year is about to happen.
Shine down.
And there are literally probably thousands of people that are being held hostage now somewhere in the world. Right? You know, I'm not gonna say any names, but I don't know, just I don't know, I feel like it's a messed up way to end the year. Certainly do hope 2024 gets better, but then you know what? I'm just gonna say I hope 2024 gets worse, because every time I say something better, it's always the opposite that happens. Right? Whenever I say no, this is just a normal cold, it ends up being like the longest cold I've ever had in my life. Just, I don't know. I don't know if it has anything to do with my luck, my mouth, whatever. I have no idea, but... man. I might as well say, I hope 2024 gets worse. Because if the usual thing happens, it's the opposite of what I say that happens. It's like reverse psychology, but I'm also letting everybody know on the internet that I'm trying to do reverse psychology. So it's not... Reverse psychology only works if you don't say anything and just you just let it work.
Now you shall perish.
That's some good things to like. New Genshin updates and Fontaine, yeah. I mean, sure, yeah, I guess. You know, 2023. Wait, when did 3.0 come out? Was that in 2023? Or was that was that, you know, I don't remember. Was that in 2023? Because like I think Sumeru was a good addition to the game. Like not the map, but I mean the map's great too. But I think Dendro in general.
Nice and spicy. Torn to oblivion.
Besides having the flu, I think this year's been decent for me, from what I can remember. I mean, for me, 2023 wasn't a great year, but well, none of my family members died or got seriously sick or anything, so I guess I have that going for me. And while financially I'm not doing great, I'm also not going bankrupt or anything, but things certainly, if trends continue, things certainly are getting darker, but they're not like pitch black just yet. So I still got a bit of time to fix this. Oh yo, what's up, Blue App? Good to see you, man. Doing Fontaine Art Conquest Part 3. Bro, what am I doing? Arnara version? Arnara version of Fontaine, or what? Wandering up and down, investigating what is going on. Whoa, Thriller, which part? Wait, can you tell me? Like, what part are you at? Like, maybe we could help you out, like, just so you wouldn't have to, like, look for stuff in the dark. Like, because I am not perfectly sure, but I do feel like I remember there was like a part of the Fontaine Art Conquest where it just tells you investigate the area, and you're like, what? what am I? I don't see any interactables. I'm speedrunning quests and exploration in April's account right now. And I got 8 wishes in a single day. Wow, jeez. I mean, I know that April's not completely inactive, but has... Oh no, wait. What's going on? No, have I just been... Okay. You guys were probably hearing an echo the whole time, weren't you? No, wait. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but like, if anybody could hear it, I didn't see anybody say anything about like an echo. I'm not sure. I don't think it came through. Hang on, let me try it again. Yo. Oh no, it didn't go through. Okay. All right, my bad. No. Okay. So apparently So I use this like ever since I discovered it, this software. It's called Voice Meter. Meter with like MEETER, 2 E's. Like the first E's double. It's just been awesome. Like I obviously can't fully utilize all the functions of this software because like it's way above my pay grade. And frankly, I really don't have any brain cells to spare on like trying to figure out all the stuff this software can do. But my biggest, like the most important things about the software that I'm using are like there's a way that apparently a really simple way like that it can change the I'm not sure what it's changing, honestly. I don't think it's just the frequency, like the levels of the mid-range, the high-end, and the low-end. I don't think it's just that it's changing, but it's like a really simple interface that I can just click and drag until I'm happy with like the sound of my microphone. So that plus a sort of like a built-in, I wouldn't say it's a noise cancellation thing, but it's a way to like tell the microphone to, okay, don't detect, don't intake any sounds unless it's like this loud. Yeah, so it's like a form of noise canceling.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
But there's a way to also like turn on a thing that will let you hear your own voice with just a little bit of delay. It's not like perfectly real time. There's a bit of a delay, but apparently it was going to my headset. But my system audio now is on my speakers. So I guess that's why you guys weren't hearing the echo. Surely no bad artifacts. Surely, right? Surely. Yo, you know what? I haven't posted anything in a while on YouTube. Right? I don't know how many of you guys see my YouTube posts. I don't know how many of you guys see my YouTube posts, but like for the past, I don't know, like 2 or 3 weeks, I've been posting really bad or copium artifacts on YouTube. Because a few weeks ago, I suddenly remembered Vars, Vars, I don't know how many YouTube channels he has, but apparently it's his second channel, Vars 2, that he posts Genshin content on. I remember for a while, I think like last year-ish, he was posting like really good artifacts, like godly artifacts, like 40, 50 CV, etc. on YouTube. And I was like, well, I don't really have anything like that, but I do have this. Looking at this, 18% defense artifacts. So I was like, well, I might as well. So I did. And then I just kept posting and posting because I just kept getting artifacts. Like I don't post like artifacts that have zero, potential, right? Like, like this, right? Obviously, I don't post anything like that. But I post stuff like this, like something that looks like this, right? Starts with 3 stats, and then I upgrade it to +4, and then I get like defense, and then by the time it gets to +20, I'll get like 7 crit rate, no crit damage rolls. I'll get like 12% HP, and then like 18% defense, and then like that stuff is what I post on YouTube. But I haven't gotten any artifacts like that recently. So I don't know if I should call that good. I don't know if I should keep coping for this. I mean, at least like they're useful stats, right? Like ER, attack percent. And if I like, man, this is the biggest thing that I hate so much about the artifact RNG in Genshin is it's not the artifact RNG, it's what it does. It's what it does is it makes me feel like, but I still have 2 opportunities to get rolls, right? What if I get 2 max rolls to crit damage? Then I'll have like 22% crit damage with 11 attack and 10 ER. That's awesome, right? And then I get to +16, and then I get 16 ER. And then I'm like, okay, it's not a useless stat. And then I get to +20, and I get 9% HP. And I'm like, okay. Cloud Retainer at 4.4. No, I don't think so. Yeah, because like as far as I remember, I don't think they've released units that quickly after they released the what is it called? Drip marketing. I think it's like at least 2 patches. Yeah, before they release characters after their drip marketing. No. Okay, well, I mean this is not great. I mean, I really shouldn't be doing this, but desperate times call for desperate measures. So yeah. Okay. That did not feel great. And then it's just gonna, and this is probably gonna give me what, EM, right? Obviously, it wouldn't be Genshin if it didn't do something like that. Well, Hoyo certainly knows how to shut me up, huh? Nicolette sent me underground as a convict to investigate about child. Lynette and Linny are there too, helping their father. Oh boy. Ooh. Okay, that one was kind of, well, I wouldn't say it was ugly, but okay. So from what I remember, Thriller, is you have to earn like enough of like that currency that they have in the Fortress of Merpede. And by the time that, and when you get to the like how much currency you have to earn, that's when you can proceed. I don't know if I'm remembering that correctly, because there was also like a world quest, a big world quest that was like that. So I'm not sure if I'm remembering it correctly, or if I'm like mixing them up. It's 4.4, I believe. Wow, really? If it Have they always released characters that quickly? Like just one version update after they released drip marketing? I mean, I don't know. I don't remember Hoyo doing that so quickly. Is it their way of getting ahead of the leaks? Or is it their way of I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, right? Like, am I wrong in thinking that they usually release characters at least 2 version updates after they release the drip marketing? Or am I just imagining things? It's like I really feel like, yeah, I really feel like they release characters more than 2 version updates after they release the drip marketing. Happens before a version, so not that version, but the one after. They would have announced Cloud Retainer sooner if it was 4.4. Yeah, right. Like that's sort of what I remember. We already have gameplay leaks. That's probably because it's next version. Every time Cloud is chatted, it's highlighted for me because it's my YouTube. All right, that's funny. My name is never highlighted. Well, at some point we're gonna get a character called Blob Retainer. So and maybe, when that day comes, right? Like your name will be talked about and like highlighted. It'll be highlighted to Celestia. Oh yeah, hey, that's right. There's this like special event thing going on. It's free primos, so I might as well. Kind of annoying. I really hate it that, I mean, I appreciate that they make it look so good. I'm gonna have to switch feeds here. Excuse me. There we go. It's free primos, right? And it doesn't really take that long to complete, so I might as well. Oops. Like I appreciate that they try to, like, they actually put in effort to make these web events look good, and like they actually put in effort to make it so that it makes sense, right? Like the dialogue, what's going on in, the story, whatever, if there's even a story on it. And okay, hang on, where Genshin's this, right? Don't remember my keyboard shortcuts anymore. Okay, yeah, that was Genshin. But yeah, my problem with it is because they make it look really good. You like it's really hard to open it on your browser without enabling hardware acceleration.
Time itself is a silent.
Especially if you're not on like a super high-end CPU, right? Hang on, be right back. Just gonna switch accounts, guys. And I don't like enabling hardware acceleration on my browser because I don't know, like I feel like and I don't really feel any difference, but from my understanding, what hardware acceleration is that it uses the GPU to do most of the processing for your browser, right, instead of your CPU. And I know that it's not like the GPU I have is not like a super low end GPU, but it's certainly also not a high end GPU. And I really would prefer that I don't use up the GPU for anything other than what is like completely necessary for the GPU the whole time, right? And other than that, there's also like if it's gonna use the GPU, will it consume more power? Electricity is expensive in my city, right? So I'd really rather save as much as I can if possible, and switching. Enabling hardware acceleration on my browsers, no problem, right? Just happens super quickly. But my problem with it is like if I got like a bunch of tabs open already and like I don't know, like so like a bunch of YouTube videos that I've got lined up because I'm gonna watch them, and I know I can just get those back in history, like both in YouTube history and in like Chrome history. But I'd really rather not. And sometimes I have like all my other stuff, like work stuff, open, and I'd rather not have to close it and open it again. Yeah, so it's kind of annoying. And well, at the very least, there's Edge, and it's Chromium based now. So because it's Chromium based now, I could just at least like I have all my stuff open in Chrome, and then I'm like, oh, I need a hardware accelerated browser. Okay, I'll just open Chrome. Enable hardware acceleration over there, and then okay, restart the browser, and then all right, when I click something here in Genshin, like a web event or something, it'll, because Chrome is my default browser, it'll open in Chrome. I'll just copy the link, copy it over to Edge. That part is like a little annoying. It's obviously it's not the end of the world, but it's something that I'd rather not have to do. But I guess I can't be picky because I'm trying to be stingy somehow. So I don't know. I guess it's just a price that I have to pay for being stingy. I know that there's always a price to pay for being stingy. I've learned that, I've learned that over the years, especially. And voila. No more daily commissions. Even Google says 4.4. Wow. You guys actually Google when characters come come out, huh?
Thank you for
They always do this though. There's enough if you don't touch grass for a week. I get what you're saying, but they should have announced early. People had time to save their primos. So, hang on. So, okay, if this does end up being true, that Xianyun, aka Cloud Retainer, does come out in 4.4, so when's Chlorine coming out? Right? Like, didn't we know about Chlorine much earlier, before Cloud Retainer? Like, what happened? Real don't remember them releasing a version up after their announcement. Yeah, right. Like, I don't think I'm imagining things, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that they've like dropped drip marketing, and then 2 or 3 version updates later, and the character comes out. Just wait till the next live stream. We will see. Yeah, but then like okay. This is sort of like part of society, I guess, right? We are in a way like a little town. Actually, scratch that. Like Genshin has like what 10 or 15 million active players, right? So we're certainly quite a lot bigger than a small town. Right, so try to imagine like a little town from like, I don't know, let's say 300 years ago. Usually there's usually like a little town square, right? And people who are like on break or are on their lunch break or don't really have anything to do, or it's the weekend or something, people usually go to the town square, right? Because like they're buying groceries, whatever, and people usually chatter a little bit about like stuff that's going on, any chitter chatter about anything important, and that's sort of what we're doing. And I don't know, like I feel like it's just part of this little town slash big city of 10 to 15 million people among the Genshin players that we have. Is, yeah, we know that we're just gonna have to wait until their announcement, but you also just can't help but stop people from I guess gossiping. It's a leeway character because of Lantern Eye. Oh well, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That they would release her in 4.4. I think 4.4 might just be Lantern, right? Okay, but yeah, like I mean, like if they were gonna do that, I don't know. I'm just surprised that they didn't announce her earlier. Oh, you know what? Just a guess. Maybe what they're thinking was there was enough hype about Genshin Online already because of the new Archon coming out, right? Right? Furina was just released last time, right? That drives a lot of hype, especially because the Archon quest was really good actually. Right, like Furina. So both lore and gameplay wise, there was a lot of hype in the community. Like for example, so obviously, the new character coming out, and it's not just any character, the Hydra Archon, right? The Next Nation Archon, and not only that, but they made her really hateable, like really dislikable at first. So there was a lot of talk about that, like, no, I hate her, she's awful, right? Like there's no such thing as bad publicity, right? And then exactly as I said before, they made her annoying, right? They made her annoying so that people would hate her, because it feels so much better to like somebody after you've sort of hated them. And they gave her redemption arc, and there was a lot more hype thanks to that too. There was like lore, that was the lore part of the hype, and obviously the gameplay part of the hype was, well, the new Archon coming out and like their unique addition to gameplay, right? The Archon itself introducing an entirely new meta of gameplay, right? The meta of changing HP, right? Her meta was like draining HP. She just so happened to also be a healer, so you could choose whichever if you preferred. But she introduced that meta all on her own. Now, thanks to Furina, you could pretty much use the Marchese set on anybody, right? So there was a lot of hype for both gameplay, theory crafters, right? Gameplay theory crafters, and the lore people, right? Lore people who just are into characters, like liking characters, etc. So there was a lot of hype around that. So if they had released the Xianyun and Gaming, like drip marketing stuff during all of that, the drip marketing hype wouldn't have been as effective. So it would have been a bit of a waste for, a bit of a waste. It's like imagine you're a company and you have a limited number of things that you can use, that you can release. Sorry, not things, information that you can release, and you need to spread those out over a year so that you have enough to cover most of the year with hype. Right? So people keep talking about your thing, about your game. And I think they just made a decision. We're not gonna release. We're not going to 4.2, like the early part or towards the middle part of 4.2. I think would have been a good, like, usual timing for them between drip marketing release and character release. But because that was right around the peak of hype for Furina and the 4.0, 4.1, 4.2 Arc Conquests, I think it would have been a waste of available information to release.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
I think they just made a decision there.
Hard to oblivion.
Speaking of which, when's the live stream? Isn't it like 5 days before a banner ends? Before a banner? No, I mean I don't know. Before the second half banner, not the first half banner. We're still on the first half banner. that would be like a super early if they live streamed now. It would be a super early special program. But no, it's usually a week-ish before the second half banners end.
Light it up! You're toast! Nice and spicy!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Should I pull for Raiden or Yoimiya? They would replace Klee for Spiral Abyss. If it's a Klee replacement, then you're definitely gonna want Yoimiya. Yeah, because like Klee, while having kind of some AoE, I don't know. I feel like she's like mainly single target. Really, like basically melee range though. So I think Yoimiya is gonna be a much more comfy replacement for your Klee. At least gameplay wise, like please don't hate on me, Klee lovers, Klee fans, right? It's just the practical side of me speaking right now. I just need big damage. Raiden Shogun does big damage, but also, yeah, so does Yoimiya. But that really depends on your preference for playstyle. Now, if you're just going for like hyper carry Raiden Shogun, then I'd say, let's say damage ceiling for like F2P levels of investment. Yeah, let's try and compare Raiden Shogun F2P levels of investment versus Yoimiya F2P levels of investment. Like their damage ceiling, right? Their peak potential. And let's compare them like hyper carry Raiden Shogun. Hyper carry Raiden Shogun, and of course Yoimiya cannot be used as a support. So yeah, support of course hyper carry Yoimiya, right? In the best of their teams for hyper carry Raiden Shogun and Yoimiya teams, I think they do about the same amount of total DPS. I think Yoimiya might outdamage Raiden Shogun, but then Raiden Shogun also has AoE, right? So there's that. Whereas Yoimiya is just like almost completely restricted to single target. but it's like really easy gameplay though, right? Like there's always like caveats, right? With Raiden Shogun, the way that you play her is, especially in a hyper carry situation, you
Wherever
need
in
like
this
very
world I
specific
roam,
rotations, right?
I
Like
carry
you
memories of my
you
home.
Raiden E to apply Electro, you Kaza E or and then Q, and then like your Bennett and then your Bennett you burst on your Bennett, and then you skill and then burst on your Kujosara or your Mona or whoever you're using, and then swap back to your Raiden Shogun and then burst, right? Like you need specific rotations to make her do as much DPS as Yoimiya in a Raiden hyper carry situation. But if that's, and if you like that kind of playstyle, then I would recommend Raiden Shogun, right? Another advantage that Raiden Shogun has is, well, like I said, I think Yoimiya might out DPS her in single target F2P levels of investment. But Yoimiya is also like locked into single target, whereas Raiden Shogun has AoE. Raiden Shogun also is, because she's not strictly a hyper carry, she is, most people label her as a support, right? Most people label her as a support that can be used as a hyper carry. You can also, Raiden Shogun also opens up certain teams, certain team archetypes for you, right? Like, okay, let's say I don't know, let's say you use National, right? Raiden Shogun, if you're fighting like enemies that can't be knocked back or like be juggled around, like ruin enemies or bosses, then Raiden Shogun is like a great, like a really good way to raise National's already insane DPS to another level. And other than that, you can use her as a Hyper Bloom procer, right? Build her full EM, and then you get like another healer for your team, like a Hydro healer maybe, or a Dendro healer, right? Like Yao Yao or Baizhu, and then you'll be using Raiden Shogun as a Hyper Bloom procer. And one advantage that Raiden Shogun has over Kuki Shinobu as a Hyper Bloom procer is, with Kuki Shinobu, your Electro trigger is around you, which means you have to position yourself closer to where the seeds are, compared to with Raiden Shogun, the Electro procs happen where the enemies are. So positioning isn't as important for her. I mean, you still have to position and everything, right? And dodge attacks, etc. But not as much as with Kuki Shinobu. Yeah, so right, she's got that going for her. Now, disadvantage is you're gonna have to get yourself like another healer, right? Like either like I don't know, whoever, another healer, right? And at some point you might even think to yourself, oh, I need a Dendro healer. Okay, Yao Yao. Wait, Yao Yao doesn't have a lot of Dendro application. Only 7 seconds of off-field Dendro application. Okay, well, like from her skill, right? Is it 7 seconds? I think it's shorter than that. Oh, 5 seconds, yeah. Right, 5 seconds. And so, okay, maybe Baizhu. All right, do I have Baizhu? Well, me, I don't have Baizhu. If you have Baizhu, great, right? Whereas Yoimiya, the disadvantage with Yoimiya is she's not, so she's a DPS. So you have to build your team around her. But if you do have that team, then that's great, right? Too many steps. Haven't even tried Hyper Bloom. You should definitely try Hyper Bloom, man. The damage floor of Hyper Bloom, as long as you build your characters correctly, right? I'm not even saying build your characters well. I'm saying build your characters correctly. That's all you need. You just need to like know what stats to put on them, give them, just level them up, give them enough stats, and that's it. The damage floor is like really high. Right, the damage floor. I'm saying the floor. That's the lowest possible DPS, as long as you build the team correctly. Right? And there's no way to like mess it up because there's no rotation. At least in most Hyper Bloom teams, there's no rotation. It just works. It's very unga bunga. To be honest, I don't seem to have the characters for Raiden, but do for Yoimiya. Yeah, like with Yoimiya, ideally, ideally you would have like a C6 Yunjin. If you don't, hang on, I don't remember Yunjin's constellations anymore. Is this the burst? No, that's the skill. Okay, 18% of 9 seconds. What is that? 1 second? 2 seconds, right? Am I stupid? Hang on. I think I'm stupid. Excuse me. 1.62. Okay. So yeah, you'll have like a 7.5 second skill cooldown if you have C1. Let's see what else. C2. What is C2? Burst. All normal attack damage increased. Okay, yeah. So C2 is a good constellation to have. What is that? Okay, that's burst level. Triggers crystallize. Defense is increased by 12%. Oh, okay. So yeah, C4 is also a nice one to have, right? Because like her buff is based on how much defense she has. Her normal attack buff is based on how much defense she has. Skill levels and what's C6? Attack speed. Okay. Characters under effect. Okay, yeah. So right, attack speed plus. So ideally, right, in a perfect world, you have a C6 Yunjin, but C0 perfectly usable as well, right? C2 even better, C4 even better, and then C6 awesome, right? That's the best situation you could have. I do think it's not very easy to build Yunjin, but it's also not very hard, right? Because like in a lot of cases, you sort of throw away all your defense main stats, but with Yunjin, like you sort of want your defense main stats. In a perfect world, what you would do is you would put Yunjin on Fav Lance. You would put it on Favonius Lance. And then you would give her like defense main stat, defense, and defense. Right? In a perfect world. And then like all your artifacts would have like a lot of crit rate substats. So that you have like a decent amount of crit rate, so that you can proc your Favonius Lance, right? So you know, so that you get those white particles consistently when you use your skill or burst. And ideally, you'd have enough energy recharge as well, which I'm not sure honestly how much energy recharge Yunjin needs to have like a smooth rotation in a Yoimiya hyper carry team. Honestly, I'm not sure. I would recommend you go look that up if you know, like when you plan to build her. But it's also okay if you don't have enough stats. Like you could go with like a crit rate circlet, defense goblet, and if you don't have enough energy recharge sands, right? Not much of a problem. Now, ideally, you will want to have like 4 noblesse on her, or I don't know, like if you have 4 noblesse on somebody else, like you could have like 2-piece husk, and I don't know, basically anything that could give you more defense or energy recharge, depending on what else you need. What other stats do you feel like you're lacking? Right, and other than that, you also need a pretty good shielder as well. Like it's not a must, but it certainly makes it a lot more comfy. Like if you're using your Yoimiya with Xingqiu, it's a little bit more okay to not have a shielder because Xingqiu gives you resistance to interruption. But if you're using your Yoimiya with Yelan, then you're certainly going to want that shielder. Yeah, because the biggest multiplier in Yoimiya's normal attack string is the last hit. Right? And it's like 5 hits. Like there's so many hits before that last hit comes out. And if you get interrupted before that last hit comes out, it's quite a bit of a DPS loss. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, yeah. Look at that, right? See. So what is this? Like 70%, 70%, 88%. Sure. Okay. Third hit is okay. This is 90%. Yeah, sure. But then those come in 2 hits, right? So you can't exactly vape both of those, right? This one you can't vape both of those because like it's in 2 hits. Maybe if the timing goes right, sure, maybe you can vape this. But what if you vape this, right? Like that's like the biggest, and this is like level 1, right? I'm sure the gap probably widens by, when the level goes up. So in a perfect world, you would want to be able to always do your 5th hit, but without a shielder or somebody that gives you resistance interruption. That's gonna be pretty hard. So ideally, you either use your Yoimiya with Xingqiu, or with Xingqiu, or you give her a shielder. You don't have Yelan. Yelan is actually a really strong like support for Yoimiya, because I'm not quite sure like if Yelan alone applies enough hydro for Yoimiya. So far, on my friend's account, I haven't run into any situations of enemies having pyro on them instead of hydro. And not just because Yelan does really good personal damage, but it's mostly because of this passive. Yeah, look at this, right? So when your burst is open, it is active, anybody like on the field will get this buff. And this is a damage buff, right? It's a damage buff. So every second, every second you'll get 3.5% more damage. More damage percent. And when the burst is active, first second you get 1% more damage. Another second, 3.5, another 3.5, 3.5. By the time the burst is almost over, you'll have 50% damage bonus. And that's perfect for Yoimiya. Right? Because, like, okay, I don't know if the durations and cooldowns line up perfectly. I would imagine they line up at least decently, right? Okay, duration of her burst, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 18 seconds. Okay, how about Yoimiya's? I know that Yoimiya's infusion is like, I don't know, 10 seconds-ish? Yeah, 10 seconds, right? So, and cooldown's 18 seconds. Oh, wow, that actually lines up really well. Yeah, so, I would, if you're going for Yoimiya, I would certainly recommend getting Yelan. And even if you don't go for Yoimiya, I would still recommend going for Yelan, because, like, so I don't know how good you feel about having Xingqiu on your account. Imagine having 2 of them. That's what having a Yelan means. That's what having a Yelan means. You essentially have 2 Xingqius, right? But just a little different. She has her pros and cons. Xingqiu also has his pros and cons. All right, be right back. I'm gonna switch to the main account this time. Gonna do dailies over there and resin stuff before resin caps. What's no rotation? Rotation in Genshin is like the order in which when you swap to a certain character to do a certain skill or burst. Right? Like, remember the thing that I mentioned earlier? To use a Raiden hyper carry team, you have to do Raiden skill first, and then swap to Kazuha, skill and burst on Kazuha, swap to Bennett, burst on him, skill, and then swap to your Kujosara or your Mona, skill and burst, and then swap to Raiden Shogun. If any of those are like in the wrong place, then you're gonna lose out on potential DPS.
Oh, good. I was just thinking that the silk
Every bow
flowers of
character
the
needs a
Phasian
shield.
Commerce Guild needed watering.
Yeah, I mean, look at me, right? I always use Ganyu, and I'm always using Zhongli. So yeah, exactly. That's actually a really good statement that I sort of, conveniently left out. To be a character since halfway through Sumeru. No, now we're finally getting her. Should I get Navia or wait for Raiden to get her C3? I'm at 71 pity and not guaranteed. That's wow. It's a tough question, man. How many primos do you have? Like, do you have enough to get your guaranteed now for Navia, and then go all the way to pity? Maybe not like hard pity. Obviously, it's actually really hard to go to really hard pity to like 90. Get to like 90. Oh, I just realized. Hang on, I have it on top messages, not all messages. Go all the way to 90, lose 50-50, and then go all the way to 90 again. It's actually, I think it's actually very hard to do that, but at least like have like, do you have enough primos to get your guaranteed now for Navia, and then at least another 150 wishes, in case you go to like 80-ish wishes on each. And lose 50-50.
Torn to oblivion.
And feel okay about like how little primos you have remaining afterwards. And if you're okay with that, then I would say sure, get Navia if you think if you really think she's very fun for you, like her playstyle. Anything with no rotation I want to do. Hyper Bloom, man. Hyper Bloom. At least some of the most common teams in Hyper Bloom, like, essentially have no rotation.
Nice and spicy.
Now you shall perish.
Because all you really need to do in Hyper Bloom is put Hydro on the enemies, put Dendro on them as well, and then seeds will come out. And all you have to do is hit those seeds with Electro, right? Which Raiden Shogun's skill or Kuki Shinobu's skill sort of do quite easily. And that, like, there's no need for any certain order in many of them, in the most common Hyper Bloom
There's
teams.
no
Going in.
Let's light it up.
Get them.
Torn to oblivion. Ha! Kill.
Now I don't know how to pull. What? You don't know how to pull? I guess you mean who? Yeah, just I don't know.
Illusion shattered.
I would recommend thinking about which one you really like the play style of, right? Like, and then let's say, okay, earlier I noticed you seem to be more I don't know, leaning towards Yoimiya. And the fact that you have Flea means that I would imagine that there's a part of you that also pulls on characters because you like them, right? Like, you like their personality, right? And like Flea's personality, obviously very adorable, and Yoimiya's personality certainly lines up with that quite well, right? So I would imagine that you probably would really like Yoimiya as well if you liked Flee. So yeah, and they sort of do very similar things, right? They're an on-field DPS that have no off-field capabilities. So yeah, they're a pyro DPS. So I would imagine Yoimiya is the perfect replacement for your Klee, or if not replacement, at least alternative. Yeah, but then again, try and think about like what you would need to get your Yoimiya to her peak potential, or to at least like how good you would want her to be, and think about whether you have the characters and the weapons to get her to that. And by characters and weapons, okay, like for example, like I said, okay, Yunjin that you have to build. Well, that's going up on YouTube, yeah. That is going up on YouTube right now. Wow. No, I'm talking about this artifact. I'm posting this on YouTube right now. All right. Well, there it is. Come on, post it, and there it goes. Oh man, that is unfortunate. Yoimiya would be less character building as I have no hyper bloom units raised. Do you have Kuki Shinobu? Do you have a C2 Kuki Shinobu on your account? If you do, then that means you can go hyper bloom without going Raiden Shogun. C2 isn't completely necessary, but it just feels better to play.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
I'm the frying pan.
Inazuma shines eternal. Ha!
Oh. I should have condensed resin.
Illusion shattered.
Strike a pose. Let the world collide.
Going in. Let's light it up.
Eat this. Nice and spicy.
Now you shall perish. Ha!
Thanks, RJ. Have a great new year. Oh, alright. Hey, thanks for coming by and hanging out with us for a bit, Blob. And yeah, happy new year, man. Alright, midnight. That means
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain. Do you see
Means-
that tree?
I can do my.
Wait, you
What
understand?
is this?
So, demonstration is not required. Good.
Ah, there it is. Okay, great. Daily check-in, rather. Took me a while to get that out. Hey, and we finally do this event.
Seriously? But, Mr. Morris, I don't understand, sir. But what about my... Well... Oh...
Hey, isn't it Xavier?
Xavier?
Oh, why... Well,
Can't you just find
unfortunately...
the Fontaine?
Oh,
Is this how
the
this
Fontaine-
name is
the
supposed to be
holiday-
read?
What's with that weird
Did
expression on
did
your face?
X-Men get it
Like you're
wrong
trying really
all
hard
this
to remember
time?
something.
Ah,
Well, either...
yes, to commemorate the... But a few years... The whole thing...
Oh, that...
Ah, yes. The Fontaine Film Festival is an event proposed by the Fontaine Film Association this year. Now that film... During this...
The what award?
The Furina... Perhaps everyone...
Ah.
Oh,
Shiori?
yes, that's her.
Oh, Pine.
How to... Her remark... Anyway,
Who are the actors?
why don't the two... Judging from the...
Hey, what's up, Kazuha? Yo. Actually, you know what? I'm very glad that you came by. So that I can greet you late Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, man. It's gonna be my last stream before 2024. So, yes, I would like many of my viewers to come by before the new year. So I could greet y'all. I wonder when this one's gonna be playable. What's her? I forgot her name.
Miss Chiori?
Ah, Chiori. There you go.
Your talk with the investor sure went fast.
For some reason,
The
she gives
Aquabus
me like
hasn't even
Ruby
arrived yet.
vibes.
Oh? And
I
who
can
are they?
easily
Allow
Picture
me
her
to
out
introduce you.
wielding
This
not
is
not
the
Ruby's
Traveler of
scythe,
Paimon.
but like Raven's
Pleased to
sword.
meet you.
Raven like
We've heard the owner
Raven
of
like
Chiori
Ruby's
Yakushi
mom.
is
No,
a
sorry,
skilled seamstress.
not Ruby's mom.
So it's a
Yang's
real
mom.
pleasure to...
Thank you. So tell me,
Ah, well,
I just got an early Ayaka, but I don't know how to build her really. Was getting sucrose constellations. Oh,
I
well,
know,
yes.
but how could I-
Ayaka's actually not very
Yes,
hard
but
to build. I mean, like
budgets that the
the
others
hard
have
part
proposed
is
were
just
nowhere
getting the
near
right
enough.
artifacts for her,
It's
right? Like
difficult to find
good
someone with-
artifacts for her because he's like
We might be
just
able
a
to help.
typical
We need to move on.
attack scaling,
What's happened?
attack and crit scaling
No, that's the
DPS.
actors I...
Just give her attack percent, prio damage, and crit on the circlet. And if it's okay with you, like farm the Blizzard domain to get Blizzard Strayer sets, or you can strongbox for it if you want. But it's not really completely necessary to get 4-piece Blizzard Strayer on her. If you want, you can go 2-piece on her, or if you really don't
This is our
wanna
stop.
have to farm for her and you already have like some
I
like,
also-
cryo damage goblet that she can use, then yeah, just go with like off pieces.
There are still many more places I'd like to introduce to
Just
you.
build her like you would any attack and crit scaling DPS, really. Hey, what's up, Shinrin? Cheers to a warm year
Welcome to the
and a
court of
fruitful
Fontaine.
new year. I appreciate the
Shiori,
fruitful new
you sure
year,
have changed
but
a
I'd really
lot.
rather not
This is
have
the first time we've seen you since
a
you left
warm new
Inazuma.
year, right?
I haven't
A
realized
warm
it's been
year.
so
I mean,
long.
like, it's
I was
already
in such a
plenty
rush
warm
when
where
I
I
left
am.
that I didn't even get
I mean,
to say
like, yeah, sure.
goodbye.
I wish you a
Thank
warm
you for
year because,
extending
like,
the
I would
invitation,
imagine
Mr.
you're like
Zavier.
somewhere
I'm
quite a
looking
lot
forward
colder
to a fruitful trip
than
here in Fontaine.
where I am. But yeah,
It's
I
an
you know.
honor to have the head
Thanks
of the
for the
Kamisato
warm, wish
It's
for
the
the warm
trouble.
year,
Oh, we
but
just ran into
But I'm not.
I think I'll pass.
About that, so
I think I'll pass on the warm
so
side, the
why
warm
don't we
part
go-
of it. But yo,
Yes,
thank you,
of course.
Shinrin.
Very well.
Appreciate it, man. Yo, a late Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to everybody. Yeah, this is gonna be my last stream before 2024, so I'd like to greet everybody that comes by. I tried getting Blizzard Strayers, but getting insane Heart of Depth
Buildings in Fontaine are
artifacts
so tall.
and bad Blizzard
Look how big
Strayers.
they
I wanted
are.
Raiden.
And
I have
there's
to
the
skip.
fountain and look at
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Coswa. Well, yeah, like I said, it's not, having 4 Blizzard isn't completely necessary on her. Because, okay, so here's why I prefer to not use 4 Blizzard on Ayaka. Like, for example, okay, so obviously there's no, you can't use Ayaka in any other team, right? Like, the only team that she really shines in is
from Fontaine is
Freeze.
like. It sure is different from
And-
what we have in Inazuma.
yes.
Obviously,
Let's
if you
get-
can freeze
well,
enemies,
Oh, it's called
then
the-
you
Originally,
instantly
it
get
has to
that
do with-
40%
It said
crit
that
rate
well,
from
I'm still
4
more
Blizzard
concerned about
Strayer, which is
filming.
awesome,
Even
right?
if I were to take him,
Then,
I've considered
And-
that option too. But
Sure,
Mr. Zavier,
but what
if
if
Ayaka and I were willing
you
want to
use your
perform for
Ayaka
free,
freeze team
would that
in
There's
Abyss,
no need to
but
Inazuma.
Indeed.
you're fighting a boss,
I understand.
Not at all.
You can't
This film
freeze a
will-
boss.
You still don't.
which means
All
you
right.
Come on
automatically
now, you need to
lose
go that
20%
far.
of that free
I'll
crit.
also help you.
Me too.
You
are
can
too
put
kind,
cryo
all
on
of
them,
you. I,
at least most bosses.
So,
Oh,
So
alright.
at least you do get the
I
20% crit
originally-
rate. But
The
what if you
clapper
built
loader
your
is
Ayaka with
respons-
enough crit with
Yes,
the crit
that's what-
ratio that just
alright.
that's
suits
fine by.
Oh, shit.
having
Yes, that's all.
I'm sure
40%
that's due
bonus
to the
crit
travel.
rate
What do you
all
say,
the time, right?
traveler?
Like you
Are
build
you
her with,
interested in the job?
let's
Thank
say,
you.
I don't know,
It really
40%
means a lot
crit
to
rate.
me.
Because
Come on,
with
friend.
the
Let me
with
give you a big
cryo
warm
resonance, which is
hug.
15% crit rate, you get to 55. Plus
Alright,
your free
then all we need
40%
is
from
a-
4P from frozen enemies,
Isn't
frozen
that the name of
enemies and
Fontaine's
4-piece blizzard.
Well,
Then okay, you
I saw
got
that
like
musical.
95%
Don't
crit
let your
rate. Sure,
former identity
all right, but
intimidate you.
you're fighting an enemy you can't freeze.
Then I'll
Okay,
have to
you're
ask the
down to
traveler and
75%.
Paimon.
Do you
Still
need
pretty
us
good
to
crit
also
rate.
come-
No, there's
Okay,
no
but what if you're
just
fighting an
very
enemy that
well.
you can't
go
put
with you.
cryo on, like electro slimes?
All right.
Then
I recall.
that means okay, now you're down to 55%.
I agree with
If it's 55% isn't awful, but what if you don't have
What will that really
40%
be?
crit rate? What if you only have 30% crit rate
We
at
need
base
to-
on your Ayaka?
You want
That
something
means
even
wait,
sweeter than
no,
Yes.
that's wrong.
We'll
Sorry.
need a gift that's
You won't even have 55% because you won't have cryo resonance because cryo resonance only works on enemies that have cryo on them. And I just talked about an enemy that you can't put cryo on, which means you just have 40% crit rate. So yeah, and that's why I don't like for Blizzard on Ayaka, because it makes me have to rely on that set bonus, which means I am even more limited in where and when I can use my Ayaka.
This is
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously,
knock on the door.
like it is where her max potential will come out from. But I don't know. Like I don't really need her to be at max potential. Like characters already have strong
is
enough
that the
DPS as long as you
traveler
build
in
them
Paimon?
decently,
I
right?
So, what are you all doing here? Do you need something? Did you just get up, Furina? Huh?
I wanted Raiden. I have to skip.
Well,
Well,
the weather is so nice in the afternoon and the sun is so warm.
I mean, I don't know if there's
Just
still
like how
enough
you
time
make
really.
us feel. Sleeping
But hey,
in
if you
place
got an
is
early
a really
Ayaka,
smart idea.
I mean, let's just hope you get an early Raiden Shogun.
No. I was just...
This is.
no need to...
That's
If you
why
do,
I'm
then
giving
great.
you a ren-
Oh.
Yes, but
Ayaka needs too much specific stuff. Yeah, sure, not really. But like, yeah, but like if you're like planning to get to reach her peak potential, sure. But
Are you ready?
if you really don't have
Sure.
that, then I'd rather
can
not
come
exert
back.
the extra effort just to reach that extra.
Are you
I don't know,
ready?
like that
I have
extra
my
like
standard,
5 to
okay.
10% more. Because like okay, I'm on. You know what? Like I'm on my main account right now. I have Ayaka here, and I could show you what I have on her, and it's like really copium stuff. Hang on, if I could just do this first. Yeah, I don't have Ford Blizzard in my Ayaka. Ford Blizzard isn't completely necessary in Ayaka. Yeah, like especially if you don't have a noblesse user and TTDS on your team, because you're investing so much into that, into crit rate, or sorry, crit into crit. That's sort of where most people are investing all their stats into, and a lot of people often forget that they also have to invest into their attack or HP if on HP scaling
all the
DPSs,
shots had a
or their
great-
defense on defense scaling
In
DPSs,
fact,
right?
if others
People often forget that
huh? You know.
because they're hyper
Well,
focused on
I can offer
getting
you
crit stats,
this
and they
much.
forget that attack percent substats aren't useless, or defense or
That's
HP
all?
percent
I'm
substats aren't
sorry.
I
useless.
see.
Oh, our script is an.
Oh,
Looks like I have to pull late nighters for Raiden.
No.
He probably it reminds me.
If you haven't 100%ed your
no,
maps,
no,
man, I
a
would
pen.
I would
Oh,
I wouldn't
pen.
recommend exploring on your own
Absolutely.
blindly. I would
So-
recommend like
Yes,
following
I
somebody's
must have
video
let a
to
perfectly
100%,
good
you know, to
story-
100%
There's no more.
regions,
There's a lot, and
and
by the
just
Yes,
follow
I-
follow along
Navia
somebody's
can also
video.
use-
Could we
You
ask
know,
the
like
special
if you want to do
You
like
mean-
big
yes,
world
that's
quests and
right.
stuff,
They
it's
would
just
be-
a lot easier.
No need to go
Saves
as
you a
far.
lot of
you
time,
do?
unless if you
No
prefer
particular in
doing it
return.
on your own. Sure.
It'd be best.
She sounds professional enough.
But I am at.
Well, it just so happens that she's also not the kind of person that's just after Mora. As for whether she has time,
Then I'll.
No problem.
Of course. I'll be sure. I didn't ask for the clapper.
then let's get going.
By the way,
Actually,
what? It seems the.
Can't stop by today? Bit busy? I mean, hey, you stopped by, Asuna. So, hey, thank you. Before you go, man, let me greet you first. Yeah, late Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, man. It's gonna be my last stream before 2024, so I'd like to greet everybody that comes by. Yeah. Wish you the best, man. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, yes, that's right. Hey, Kazuha, here is my Ayaka. Right? Doesn't have a lot of attack because I don't have a lot of attack in my stats. Like, look at that. Where's attack? Yeah, see, don't have a lot of attack. I guess I have the 18% attack, sure, from 2 Sheminawa. I don't have 4 Blizzard. My Blizzard pieces are like okay, that's okay, right? That's decent. But the other one's like, yeah. Same to you. Yo, thank you, Asuna. Appreciate it, man. I barely explore. All I do mostly is grind my characters mats because I need to level them to 80. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how not long. I mean, it's not, it's also not like 20 minutes, but you'd be surprised how not long it takes, Kazuha. Yeah, like some of the videos that I follow along to like complete regions are like they don't usually take too long. In some places, you will certainly need to do big world quests first. Like, for example, in this part of Fontaine, like, you will need to do the big world quest that unlocks like this area right here, so that you could unlock this teleporter and stuff, and like get the stuff from inside here. In total, it will be quite a few hours, all of it. But like each video, usually it's like one region at a time. Longest one I've seen so far is like 3 hours, but that was like I think that was for this in Sumeru. And this is huge. This place is like, I think, the biggest single region so far. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. And when I say biggest, I mean like the one that has the most stuff in it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's right. Because this is the region that has the longest video that I've seen so far to like complete the region. And you know, obviously my Sumeru isn't completed because I didn't really want to bother. Sumeru was just way too big. Desert was just, well, it was awful. I hated the desert. Too many ups and downs that like I had to keep going back down, climbing back up, teleporting here and there, and it was just a nightmare to navigate. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to show like the rest of my Ayaka. Obviously C0, raised her, didn't want to crown her because I hardly even use Ayaka. Problem with Ayaka now is like, while yes, she's still a very, very strong DPS, the problem with Ayaka is not Ayaka, the problem is the content. I'm sure this 4.3, when Abyss changes, like we'll get part of the Abyss where they'll make you feel like, wow, Ayaka's really good. But after that, many of the new enemies just aren't very Ayaka. And no, sorry, not just Ayaka, but like Freeze friendly. Yeah, like Freeze really just hasn't had a good time in quite a while. Sumeru, right? When Sumeru came out, Dendro came out. Dendro doesn't interact with
A blade embraces
Cryo.
its duty, as a jeweler cherishes
It
their
took
gems.
the effort of theory crafters and like an entire year of like theory crafting and discovering different teams to finally come up with a team that sort of needs Cryo in it. So yeah, Cryo has not had a good time in the last year-ish. You also show me your Raiden. Yeah, sure. Here she is. I do have Engulfing because I really wanted to invest in my Raiden Shogun. Ayaka, I don't know. I felt like I didn't really need to invest in Ayaka. I know that I could get Mistsplitter right now. Problem with getting Mistsplitter for me is I'm on a crit weapon, and my crit ratio is already, like, I'm happy with it with my crit rate weapon. And if I go for Mistsplitter, I'm gonna have to like rearrange all my stuff all over again. Right? And like I'm very happy with this circlet. And I did some quick math, like not math to calculate my DPS, but just math for my crit ratio and I don't remember which crit rate circlet I was gonna replace this with if I went with Mistsplitter, but I would fall down to like I think it was like 68% crit rate, a bit more, you know, and no, yeah, it was a bit less crit damage too, and 68% crit rate. Obviously with cryo resonance that would be like 83, I think, yeah, 83%, but 83% versus my 91% right now with cryo resonance, right? So, you know, I'm like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna stick with this. Yes, Raiden Shogun, here she is. Engulfing because I use Raiden Shogun quite often on 4 emblem because I farmed the emblem domain since forever, and I crowned her burst because I use her quite a lot, like I said. Here are her ratios. Crit rate, honestly, could be better. If I could, honestly, I would trade like 14% crit damage for like 7% crit rate. You know, just like so that I would have like 7139. Honestly, I would love to be able to do that, but that's what I got. Not farming the emblem domain anymore, so I'm not gonna get a better Raiden than what I already have now. I got 17 characters to build, so I need a lot of resin. And
All right.
do you have
This is the place.
do you have I much? What?
Where's the captain?
Spare time to get 100% explorations? Not
She's
really,
over there.
no. But
The one with an eye patch reading in front of the
I
news.
I will use like
Please
what
wait here
little
for a
free time
moment.
that I have because like I don't really
Just
have anything
trust
else
me.
to do. I don't have any hobbies or whatever. I work
sure
from
is
home,
mysterious.
which
The
I
court
get
of
is
even
like
a
a
local
special benefit that I do have. And
Reading on the job?
when I work, I'm able to
Detective, not
just
one main character. No,
I see.
one of
I'm
the
able
main
to just
You know that doesn't
do
depend on me.
quests
It all
in the
which
background.
is-
Like I will just I'm able to do quests in the background. I would just let dialogue play out in the background while I'm working, and then like I alt tab to it every now and then just to see if I need to click any dialogue or whatever.
Alright.
And then yeah. But as for exploration, no.
Huh?
I'm usually not able to do exploration
over
while
whatever-
working.
Then I'm sure you wouldn't mind letting me have a.
Excuse me.
Don't give me that act.
For riding,
You
crit
won't be-
doesn't
I
matter
am
too much.
Chevreuse, Captain of
Crit
Fontaine.
rate
Before you do
on
anything
Raiden? No,
unwise,
no.
Let me remind you.
Crit
that I'll
rate
have to-
does matter on her
All right, but I
because
do-
I don't
Save
use
it
her
for
for
the
EM. I use her for
Take them away, Letelier.
DPS. She's not my hyper carry, but I do use her for DPS.
What's
Why would it
going
not
on?
matter?
1 second, you're reading a book and.
And who are? Now that Vache, thanks to a tip from.
Oh,
Hey, I'm Chevreuse.
Yeah. Why didn't you make a move as soon as you hit the
No, all he had to do was come up to me and say,
He had the whole day to turn the synth over to
"Yep." He.
But you...
Yeah, I knew. Enough about that, though. What did you?
Oh, you.
The two musketeers. So what do you?
Yes, that's. However,
No need to say any.
really?
Boba
Sure,
sword.
Besides,
Then
Okay.
we've...
yes.
Fair point.
Oh my!
You don't even need her to
Calm
crit, you
down,
mean?
Sabi.
I
Still,
think
should
that's what you mean.
also
Yeah,
let
you
that down.
you don't need her to crit because
Traveler,
she already
please
crits.
stay for-
Then I'll take Xavier back. Poor thing.
no matter
He's so
where she
excited
goes,
that he can't even walk
Boba
straight
sword
anymore.
always crits.
He'd better.
So what did you want to tell?
Have you read The Two Musketeers? The story is about a pair of children born into the household of a baron, and they were raised at the baron's estate, where their mother worked as a maid. The two were illegitimate children that the baron had with the maid, so they were never treated well by anyone. One day, upon returning home, they found their mother had been murdered and left dead on the floor. It was quite evident that the culprits were the other members of the baron's household, who never had any kind words to say to them. However, the Baron was able to exert his influence. Many years later, the Baron believed that the mother's soul had come to take vengeance on him, so he lived in fear each day. But it was actually those two siblings who had fled all those years ago. They relied on each other to survive and trained day and night, eventually becoming adept musketeers. They used all of their abilities to collect evidence and clues before executing their plan and exacting revenge on the Baron. Their actions let the truth behind their mother's death be known to all.
That's quite an exhilarating.
Yep, the Baron got what he'd...
Oh, so is.
You could say it was one of the reasons.
Oh, you mean.
I've read the reports about you. Whether it was at the trials or when you lent your hand to resolve our nation's crisis, you've shown that you've got a strong sense of justice, as well as a great mind for... Yes, you're as sharp as I expected. It seems you've experienced many similar situations before. There's been a recent murder case involving muskets. The perpetrator's methods appear to be very similar to what is described in the novel.
Huh? Really? But Paimon didn't
I
say
really
anything
like
about that in
Chevreuse's
today's
design.
papers.
How's your opinion of Cyno? I don't know. Cyno's okay. He's not great. I don't know. I feel like with constellations, he is really good. I don't remember what his constellations are, but as far as I remember, I think my friend has like C2 Cyno. I'm not sure. C2, C4, or C6. My friend's a whale. And his Cyno over there is, man, feels really good to play. But without constellations and without really good gear, I mean, like his numbers are decent with really good gear. Yeah, right, sure. But then like, isn't any character with really good gear also good? I also don't like the fact that you're locked into Cyno as soon as you activate his burst. Okay, as soon as you activate his burst, you're sort of forced to stay on him. And the problem with that is he's Electro, sure, and the way that you boost his DPS is by, with Quicken, right? So you want Dendro on enemies. And if your Dendro character is, let's say, Nahida, where her AoE off-field Dendro application is with her skill, you have to mark enemies. But if you're doing content in waves, it means that when the first wave dies and you're still 3 seconds into your Cyno burst, you're sort of screwed. You can't swap to Nahida and put Dendro on them again. You're left to decide whether to cut your burst very short so that you could put Dendro on them and then swap back to your Cyno. You're like, oh, okay, well, now what? Right? Yeah, just really don't like Cyno very much. He's very... Yeah, like, he has resistance to interruption, but then it's not a lot. It's only a little resistance to interruption, so I hate that about him. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it's fun, sure. Like, being able to use your E at the right time and get extra damage and get like the much better and the much cooler looking animation. I mean, I don't know. That's really the only good thing about him that I that I think. Genshin Arson Pact. What's up, Shane? Yo. Hey, this is gonna be my last stream before 2024. So, hey, Happy New Year, man. By the way, is weapon event over? I haven't logged in a while. No, it's not over, actually. I'm doing it right now.
The Marechaussee Phantom hasn't yet released any information to the public because the investigation is currently at a standstill. The murderer is extremely cautious.
A murder involving firearms? But not that many people use those.
Does Raiden's sword disappear if you use her ult and switch to another character? I guess you mean her burst duration? Yes. Yeah. We don't have any... All the characters that have like infusions or that go into a certain state in their burst or skill, all of them except for Noelle. The only character, all of them except for Noelle will lose their infusions or like whatever state they get into by using their skill or burst. Like Yoimiya, you use her E, you get the pyro infusion, great. Swap off of her, no more. Same thing with Hu Tao. Same thing with Raiden Shogun, Cyno, Ayato. Yeah, the only character that doesn't happen on is Noelle, and Noelle the goat. Honestly, they've been buffing very indirectly, though, right?
Firearms and ammo reserves every day. If one of the weapons had been fired,
Noelle has been getting buffs left and right since 4.2, right?
I trust the members of my platoon.
Furina sort of an indirect buff to Noelle, right?
That's
Furina
all I can disclose about the
is
case
an
today.
indirect buff to Noelle.
What do you mean?
Marechaussee the Marechaussee set
can go back and get some
it's not a
shut-eye.
buff to Noelle, but
I'm
it
aware
makes
this
it
might
a
not be
little
the ideal
easier to
time
farm
add
for
more to your
Noelle
plate, but
because
the more
you're not
capable people we
strictly
have,
stuck
the better the
farming
chances that justice will
for
prevail.
the husk farming the husk domain just to get
Carrying out
to get to
investigations isn't
Noelle's
actually
peak
supposed to
potential.
be our
You can go
responsibility.
with you
Our
could
job
farm
is to apprehend the
a
perpetrators.
domain that is much
Finding them
more
is really
resin
up to the
efficient
Marechaussee Phantom.
much more resin
You could say I'm
resin
taking
efficient,
part in the
which
investigation
is
out
the
of
hunter domain
personal
because the
interest.
other set in it is the
I
golden
don't want
troop
people to
set,
see
which is
muskets
also
in a
really good.
negative way. And also, I'm concerned about the similarity between the crimes and the story.
You mean?
I suspect, just to make my... If you two have it...
Oh, by the way, Shane,
What
yeah,
do you think?
you still have
You'd
plenty of
better
time.
head
I
back
think.
and get
I
some
think you
rest.
have more than a
Otherwise-
week to do this event. Because this is the main event of 4.3, and main events usually last quite long. Here's the duration. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Yeah, more than a week. You got 9 days to do it, man. You know, I really like being in Fontaine because, like, the one of the many things I like, about Fontaine is because if you guys remember, Fontaine is on this like island, right? It's on a raised island. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but if you're up on like a really highly elevated place in the world, like I don't know, like I guess Dragonspine, or I don't know if Xianyun Peak is high enough, but that's pretty high too. Or wherever, right? Or like Amakumo Peak, right? That's pretty high. When you change the time, the camera doesn't have to pan up to the sky before it starts to change the time. And because all of Fontaine is up on a really elevated, tectonic plate already, anywhere you go in Fontaine, the camera doesn't have to pan up to the sky. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I don't know if it has to pan up like when you're here on the beach, but I'm in the city, and in the cities so far when I've had to change the time, mostly so far, and it's awesome. I don't have to wait that like half a second for the camera to pan up to the sky before the time starts changing. It just goes. It's awesome. Well, better than Navia. Navia is a 5-star knockoff of the goat.
Xavier said yesterday afternoon went.
Honestly, I think Navia.
So I rode the. Yeah, you wouldn't believe what we
I
saw
think
there.
Navia will still out
Mechanical puppets
DPS
that-
Noelle,
yeah,
but
we sat and
Noelle is
Afterwards, I held Ayaka's-
the thing is Noelle's a 4-star, so Noelle has 4-star stats, right? She has 4-star scalings, so that's
First,
a given.
I didn't dare to open my mouth. But once I couldn't hold my before I knew it, I was breathing. I knew that the traveler.
Yeah,
could
that's
do
sort
it.
of a given
So I had
that
no doubt we
Navia
could do it
will
too.
out DPS
That helped
Noelle.
make the underwater world in Fontaine truly
Obviously
is beautiful.
Noelle's thing
I
is
love
normal
seeing
and
them.
charged
Yeah,
attacking,
and they were
so
super
Noelle will
special.
have higher normal and charged attacks than Navia, because that's not really
love
Navia's
the
main
name
thing. Her
Blubberby.
main thing is her skill, right? But Navia, I don't know. Like, I think Navia has a very active playstyle.
My brother asked for the
My
effort. We're here.
opinion on this is definitely biased, right? Because I prefer teams
Please
that
excuse
are
my
like
talk.
very quick swappy teams.
Good morning, everyone.
And I don't know. I think Navia's playstyle is quite fun. Obviously,
can't go
because
anywhere.
Noelle,
get the
the
copy.
only
It's the
character that you
perfect
can do
job.
this on, by the way, Noelle, in her burst, you are allowed to swap off of her and
so
swap
much
back to her,
energy.
and your burst is would still be active,
course.
right?
Wow.
And because of that, you can play her in a very quick swappy style. But swapping off of her means that you're not
thank
taking
you.
full advantage of
seems
your
everyone is
Noelle
ready.
build, right? So you don't really want to swap off
We've
of
reached an
Noelle in
agreement
your
with the
burst. Like, you would
restaurant owner.
rather be on
are free
Noelle
to use
while
the
her
second-
burst is going. But just
is really-
having the
Well,
ability
then,
to swap
Okay,
off of her,
first, I'd like to
it just feels
this
nice.
is-
Like, for example,
this
you
is-
mess up your rotation.
First of all,
You just
when
didn't have
I invest,
enough
I
energy
had
on
no
one of your
idea that I'd
characters
find
to
so
do it
No need to be so
in your
cordial, Mr.
natural
Xavier.
rotation.
work's made a
It just
profound
feels good
impression
because
on
like
me when
you're
I'm
like, oh,
sure.
his burst is okay now. I can use it now. Alright, swap off of
Anyway,
Noelle, swap
I
back
would
to
like to
Noelle.
make up-
You're
this is
still
not just-
going
so,
ham,
with-
right? Like, your burst doesn't end just because you swap off of her.
You may
And
take
I
it from
don't
here,
like if they
Director,
made
for-
Cyno like that. I think that
Alright.
would have made Cyno
first
so
is-
much better than he is
Is
currently.
everyone all right? Anyway, let's go see if there's anything.
I do think that some characters, like for example, Hu Tao and Yoimiya, I do think that the two of those, Yoimiya and Hu Tao, don't need to have that ability where you could swap off of them and swap back to them, and their fusion is still active because their infusion states aren't very long, and they already have very high scalings, right? So I don't think they need that, because if they gave them that ability, then that would just make them way too OP.
Seems like Yoimiya's really getting into it. But she was right.
By the law of the Oratrice Mécanique, I don't even remember how to read that. Denali's ordinal. Oh my god. That sounds so much better coming from the Valet's mouth. So I'd rather not have to say that again. What do some people call Raiden?
Ayaka has mentioned you to me before. She said that you two
Ball?
were great friends when you were kids.
Oh, Ball.
talking.
Oh, okay, okay. I
I'm thinking-
remember now.
To achieve a
Wait,
more
I don't
you saying the
remember
ring-
you just have
exactly where that's
to
from.
quiet.
I believe it is like the demon name.
So, this is a real musket?
Goat.
No, it's
G-O-T-E,
just a prop
goat.
weapon.
Not bad. Have you seen a real musket before?
Only in books and newspapers. I made this one based on the relative shape and proportions I saw in reference images. When we're filming, some special gunpowder will be applied.
Which means it'll be... Thank you, Veronique. However, the musket's gears and firing pin also...
Good point.
You seem to know a lot, Miss Chevreuse. I assume you use these types of firearms on a regular basis?
Yes, I perform routine maintenance on my weapons every day. Just like we as people need to eat
They
and
should
sleep, muskets
Noel
need to be
every
cleaned
character
and
in the game.
maintained.
I also perform similar care for my sword every
I don't
day.
think they should.
And
Yeah, I
familiarize
mean,
myself with
like I
its
said,
shape and weight,
I don't think they should
to the
do
point
that
where
with
it
somebody
feels like
like
a natural
Hu
extension
Tao
of my
or
body.
Yoimiya.
Yes.
I think that would make
This
them way
way,
too OP.
our weapons will
but
never
at the
betray us
same
in the
time,
heat of
like
battle.
I guess the fact that you could
Yes, well
that you're
said.
swapping off of
It
them means
seems
that
we
you're
have the
not
same
taking full
philosophy on
advantage
this
of their
topic.
kits. So I don't know. I guess yeah,
Sounds
sure.
like they found a common interest
There
to
there
talk
is also a
about.
caveat, right? Like even if
Though
they
these
did give
props differ
everybody
from the muskets I
with
use, I can
infusions
still
that
give you some
ability to
pointers.
swap off of them, and then come back to your
Good.
active
I look
to your
forward to your
still active
instruction.
skill or burst.
First and foremost,
Because
never
the
point
fact
the
that you're
weapon at
swapping off of them
anyone,
is already a
regardless of whether it's
downside
real
to
or
it.
prop weapon, or whether you're holding it or it's on the
Yeah,
table.
okay. I don't
This
know.
holds for any time
I
when you're not
guess
actively
I guess
engaging
that
an
wouldn't be
enemy.
too bad.
Okay, understood.
When aiming the musket, extend your arm so that it's level with your shoulder, and use your eye to
RJ,
look down the
yay!
weapon's
What's up,
sights.
Shuri? Yo,
Like this?
before anything else, man.
Not bad. Now, try saying your lines.
Yeah, before anything else, man.
This is the end of the road for
Happy
you.
New Year, because
Good.
this is gonna
Now
be my
turn your
last
body a
stream
little.
before 2024.
That way,
So I'm
you'll give
gonna
your
greet
enemy less of a
everybody that
target
comes
to work
by.
with.
Happy New
And
Year,
relax
Shane. I
your
don't think I've
shoulders. Here,
greeted
allow
you
me
yet,
to
man.
demonstrate. This is the end of the road for you.
Only bad part of Noel is extremely long
Excuse me,
shield
Miss Churi.
cooldown and low shield scaling. Yeah, honestly, I would
Director
have
Furina,
wanted her shield
there's
to be a
something
bit
I wish to
stronger than it
discuss
is
with you.
actually.
Oh?
Yeah.
What is it? Like this?
Her shield cooldown.
Yes,
From
much
what
better.
I remember, doesn't the shield cooldown
What do you
go
think?
down the more you do normal attacks?
I do see your point. But are you
That's
sure
that's
you
sort
wish
of what
to do
I
this?
remember, right?
I believe it would
I
be
don't
most
know.
fitting.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong,
Well,
but
if you insist.
doesn't the shield cooldown go
Alright,
down
I understand.
every time you normal attack on her?
Miss Ayaka? Miss
In her,
Chevreuse,
I believe it's
could the
in
two
her
of you
burst.
please come over here?
Happy New Year to you too, RJ and guys. Hey, thank you, Shuri. Appreciate it, man.
Let's go see.
Baal is the demon described in the
What is it?
demonological
I have a question for you, Miss
grimoires,
Chevreuse.
such as the
Would
Lesser
you be
Key of
willing
Solomon.
to play the role of a musketeer?
I don't know what the name. I don't remember the
what?
name of that book that lore
To
theorists
clarify,
always
I would like
refer
to turn over my
when
role to
talking.
Miss
Whenever they
Chevreuse.
talk about archons
But,
and
brother-
the harbingers.
Don't worry, I was becoming troubled.
It was
now,
like
I-
what was that
From a
name?
director's point of view,
I
the older
remember
brother in the story plays the
Ashikai
lead role with his
and-
overbearing character. But also,
Of course.
What's her name?
Even with all these,
The Filipino,
Chevreuse mentioned that
the Filipina
Alright,
streamer. Who was that?
will also.
you're doing.
Ashikai
Don't mention it.
and
I like this character, so if
oh
anything...
no, I don't
well,
remember her name.
Since my brother is the one who brought, let's go, Miss.
Please, just...
Seems like
No,
you're really
I don't
going out of
remember
your
her
way
name.
to solve the problem I was having with your makeup.
Surely you jest, Chiori. I
I
assure
don't know
that
if you
I was
guys
mostly
know who I'm
motivated
talking
by
about. There's
a desire to
this
spend
one
more time on formal
Filipina
business.
streamer.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on, you really
Filipina
think I'd buy
woman,
that?
right?
According to what I've heard from Ayaka,
Apparently she's in college,
brother is
or she
someone
just
who can
finished
juggle
college.
10
I don't
different
know
matters at the same
exactly.
time.
I don't
sure
watch
you have
her
other
content
reasons for
too
backing out.
frequently.
Perhaps.
But she
Ayaka always
she's
said
a
she
she's a
wanted
great
to
lore
go out and
theorist
see more
as
of the
well.
world, just like the traveler. But I feel that she needs not only to see other.
All right, go.
Ayato, it's too bad you're stepping down from the role.
I can't remember her
It's a
name.
little hard
Man,
for Paimon to imagine you saying those lines.
hang on. Gonna have to Google this.
Yes, I've made an appointment to meet some people from the Palais Mermonia. Now, I will have some more time to prepare.
Traveler, get the camera ready. Paimon, get the clapperboard. Actors, to your positions. We're about to start shooting the first scene.
Go on now. And please take good care of Ayaka.
Yep, don't worry.
No, I can't. I can't find her name. I can't find her anymore. Okay. Well, I do remember part of the name of the book that she always refers to.
Thank you.
It was something
I look forward to
Commedia
seeing the
something.
film when it's finished.
Minsleaf? No,
All right.
I think
Now
Minsleaf.
that we're all
Minsleaf?
the first Chevreuse will silence on the set.
I don't remember
Lights.
where she's from, but no, she's not Filipina.
Iris to leave.
Yeah.
I'm Mother. You were out
This is
for
my
so
last day
long.
joining
We were
you
beginning
for
to
this
worry
year
about
too.
you.
My cousin is getting married, and I'm gonna be busy
but I'm back
through
now. Safe.
first 1 to
Mother.
10 January.
What are those?
Oh, that's so awesome!
What bruises?
That's so awesome! Yo, congratulations to your cousin.
By the way, did you have fun? What's the matter, Iris?
I mailed
They even
Kaya.
took-
Mailed. Okay. Kaya until
So it
AR 45 because I
doesn't
lost
have to
UI
be
50
Don't let
50.
the soil
Stupid
urine
Duke.
now.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Not bad.
Um,
Also,
Man, I mean,
felt
I guess
fine.
it's not that bad because like
you two were great.
everything up to AR 45 isn't too hard. I mean, honestly, I got my Asia account to AR 45 with like level 60 characters, right? And like literally only one level 60 character, and no weapon on that account is above level 40. And all the other
Iris,
all
stay
the
away.
supports have like 3-star and 2-star artifacts,
Mother.
and are like level 20 and level 30. I hardly ever log
There's
into that game. I
poison in
never
this cup.
farm ascension materials. I have almost never used resin on that account.
Iris.
I really only log in to
Now
do
that Mother is
events.
gone,
Events that
where
are
can
like
we
easy to do.
go?
Easy to do.
Anywhere.
If there are
All I
combat
know is
events,
that we
that is,
can't
I
stay in
really
this
only
house.
do the combat events that have trial units that I could use. Because the trial units are just so much
Are we
stronger
just
than
going
the
to let
characters
them
on
get
that
away
account.
with this?
We'll have our revenge.
But
I
yeah,
promise
it
you.
got to AR 45, and it's been stuck
Not
at
right
AR
now.
45 for a while now because I really didn't want to bother doing the World Ascension quest because I hardly even log into that account anyway.
Let's go.
Do you guys remember the name of the book that I'm talking about? It's something Commedia something.
Just leave Mother here like this. At least
It's a book that a lot of
At least let me
Genshin
leave
lore
this
theorists
rose with
quite
her.
often refer to.
that's why we went out in the first place. To buy her this flower.
All right.
WEEKLIES, cuz what?
Goodbye, Mother. We'll avenge you. Someday.
I was my first main too. Man, you guys are awesome. You actually made characters that are good.
I was surprised.
Thank you for the it's quite
I
sad
made
how this-
Kaching.
Pipe down.
I made Kaching in my early days, and it was not great. Drop out of school to do exploration. Best way to grind primos for quick characters. Oh my god.
How do you feel, Traveler? Is your arm sore from holding the camera all day?
Good work, you two.
You too, Chevreuse. You were quite the actress.
I've read this novel.
Kaching was fine for her time. Yeah, but then like
In the
I
story, and on
didn't
each
know
of the
how to build
victims,
any
yes.
character back
Oh,
then.
that especially,
So
what do you...
Good.
while Kaching
There's no
was
time-
fine,
The most valuable. That's how
but
one of my.
an incorrectly built Kaching is
Let's start by checking out some
terrible.
workshops
Yeah,
that sell
is
mechanical.
how I would put it. There's no way for me to sugarcoat it. An incorrectly built Kaching is terrible.
Welcome to Le Show.
Hello. I mean the kind of component.
Xianyun was
Don't
better than
misunderstand.
Kaching back then.
Has anyone?
We have a lot
Yeah,
of
honestly, like if I knew how to use Xianyun, yes, I would easily say Xianyun was a lot better than Kaching back then, because like there was sort of no way to make Kaching good back then. You know, without Dendro, right? Obviously, Kaching and like most other Electro characters. I mean, there was Beidou and Fischl, but there were the two of them aren't. They were sort of the exception to the rule because just because they had good enough scaling without Dendro, so they were still quite usable and quite good, honestly, even you know without Dendro. Same with Raiden Shogun. She just had the scaling, plus the fact that she enables so many different quite a few different team archetypes because of her kit, and her scaling along with it is also really good. What is this? Oh yeah, it's this thing. Okay.
What's all this? Some broken planks and barrels.
My first real time
as
was
some
Raiden,
liquor bottles?
Nahida.
Yes, but have a closer look, Paimon.
Sorry, my first real time. What do you mean?
Even though
real
somebody has
time.
purposefully tried
Nahida,
to clean them up.
Xingqiu, and Bennett.
These are obviously
How many
marks from
elements
musket
were there
bullets.
in version
In other
1.0?
words,
All
your
the
guess is as
elements
good as
except
mine.
Dendro.
Anyway,
Yeah, Dendro was the only non-day one element.
hello. I'd like to ask some questions.
I don't know any.
Don't worry.
You say that?
It's the truth. Here, take this.
Wait, did Paimon just see what she thinks she saw? Is the captain of the special patrol?
Seems you're. What do you want to know?
Have you heard any?
Muskets.
Were they gunshots?
Possibly. Someone's
I mean,
house.
Do you
team.
know where
Oh,
the noises
okay.
were?
I don't remember. You tell me.
Then please.
Real team. Oh, okay, I get it now.
The noises came from the end of the southern
Nahida,
waterway.
Xingqiu, and
I came
Bennett.
out and had a look for
Raiden,
myself, and I
Nahida,
wasn't
Xingqiu,
sleeping.
and
That's
So you
all
would
I
just
know.
get
All right.
Thanks for the putt.
blooms, and at the start of your rotation, you would get Burgeon.
No need to be
Like
surprised.
doing Bennett
No,
burst
I do.
would just
Taking care of
burgeon
junk food
quite
is my
all your
responsibility.
seeds away,
You're better off
and then
having it.
like throughout the rest of your rotation, you would just get blooms. I mean, you know, obviously there's the Nahida, Xingqiu, and Raiden DPS.
It's been a while.
Please.
I want to know if
Information isn't free, you know.
I've heard that
One of our men got.
What's weird about
This is Floof's up, but that gun turned out to be an exception.
I suspected.
You mean?
I didn't
10
say
wishes
it.
in a day
Floof's
on
up,
April's
it's the
account.
guy
Wow.
so
He really
He's
hasn't
right.
done
I
much
know
on
you
his
grew
account,
up,
huh?
Even though you're on good terms
How
with the
active is
Speed.
I know.
April anyway?
So take my.
I'll come and go.
How
with
is
you.
his account?
Don't say I didn't warn.
I'm pretty sure that I've logged into his account before,
Seems
but I
like
don't
that's all we'll
remember.
be able-
Because
feels
like
like
I've logged in
a month
into
ago.
I've
In the
logged into
following
quite a
thing-
few of your guys' account
The
before.
deceased was a resident.
Until I got
If
too
we are
busy to
indeed,
do
he was
that.
no saint. What message
Yeah,
is the killer
and
trying
I'm not
to
sure
convey?
if one of them
We've
was
thoroughly-
April's.
he
I'm pretty
claims to
sure
have-
one of them
okay,
was.
so he
Not only
well,
that,
yeah.
he has a family in
But
the
I just
story.
don't
more
remember how
importantly.
many times I've logged in there.
Investigation. How about this?
Like
Let's
logged
spend the
in
next
twice
few days filming
a
with
day.
the crew. We can continue the investigation.
Wait,
April, you mean?
As
Oh,
long
okay.
as we
That's
spend
pretty
enough
active.
time sailing through the
But how's the how about exploration, world quests, Archon quests? I mean, earlier you said you were grinding quests, or I don't know if that's what you said, but I think I remember you saying that you were grinding on April's account or grinding quests on April's account. I don't remember. Used Riders Burst as a Hyperbloom trigger. Ah, okay. I guess that does. Yeah, that does do trigger Hyperbloom too. And if your Raiden just so happens to have some EM on substats, then great.
it's filming time again.
It was an average of below 30% expiration. Alright, that's a lot of wishes that you're gonna get out of that. Below 30%. In 2 hours, you like, man, you might get like, so if you, in 2 hours, like, you follow like an average length to decent length, like video, just following somebody's video, 100%ing one region from like, you said below 20, below 30%. So if it was like 25%, I don't know. I mean, like, that could be anywhere from like a few hundred to like 1,000 primos, I think. Of course, that depends on like if there were Archon quests or world quests in between. But yeah, that's a lot of exploration too. But that's also a lot of potential primos.
This upcoming scene is
I almost
the two
finished the entire R&R
musketeers'
quest
final
line.
confrontation.
Oh wow, he
But
hasn't done the
anyway,
R&R
get
quest. Huh?
ready.
So he plays actively, huh? But he just doesn't do all the big world quests.
My dear what did I in this world? She thought she.
Mother never. It was you who compared to that deadly poison. The two.
So let's get them.
The quests are not done since Liyue. Oh my god. So, but he logs in regularly, right?
And Mother will be
But he
over
only
us
does
too.
daily commissions and stuff.
Yeah! Embrace the ice!
He does bare minimum and rarely uses resin. Oh my god. Alright, well, that's gonna be quite a lot of artifact farming to get that account up to speed.
It's over.
I guess it sounds like the way he plays on his account is how I play on my Asia account. Is I don't log in every day.
So,
There are times that I
not too
skip
sure,
logging
Iris.
in there, especially when
Maybe
there are no
somewhere
more
with lots of
events
flowers?
that I can use
After
to
Mother always did love going
not
where the blossoms were.
have to do daily commissions.
What about you?
It's I don't know.
Yeah,
It sounds pretty similar
That's
to
not a bad idea.
how active I am on my Asia account. I almost never use resin. I
What
don't
is it?
even I don't
Mother's
spend any
favorite.
time at all
Rainbow Rose.
farming materials from monsters or ascension materials or whatever.
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Even I didn't expect this scene to go so well. And all right, everyone. Congratulations!
Thank you.
I don't know how to farm artifacts. I
is
leveled
indeed-
a lot of characters
Who
to
doesn't
90
like
first.
Captain? I have something urgent to report.
And the talents. Oh yeah, yeah,
Please excuse
definitely.
me,
That should
everyone.
definitely be
I'll
the
be
first
back in just-
priority,
It's okay, don't
because
worry
those
about
are guaranteed upgrades.
Oh? Was she whisked away by work already? I was...
It seemed like...
Anyway, and one last...
Thank you for your... Nevertheless,
Oh,
I feel bad
I
for.
believe it's also about time
Not
for
not
me to
very
take
bad,
my
but I
leave.
feel a little bit bad
But
for
hopefully
Chevreuse,
I'll
like
see you
during
on
this
set
whole
over the next
quest.
few
Like,
days.
I didn't
you tomorrow.
really ever pay attention to like what was going on, but like look at this,
What
right?
should we do next?
Her
Traveler,
Uh,
Paimon, please come with me.
She just got pulled away for work for like her actual job, while she was doing something else, like on the side, like helping out some friends. So she's apparently really busy. So she's doing the filming and acting thing, at the same time she's trying to investigate murders. Can you imagine like an IRL police officer do something like that? Like I guess maybe a spy, sure.
Paimon's exhausted.
I used up like 30 plus fragile resin and just gonna go there. Oh yeah, it's done. He only had
Affirmative.
30.
Have you
huh?
ever heard?
I guess he
She's
doesn't
a good
max
friend
out the
after I
battle pass
discovered-
every
There was
season.
nothing remarkable, but according to Emily, the rainbow flowers that are we already knew
Oh,
precisely.
Hello.
it's-
Hey, what's up,
To be
ahead?
clear,
Yo,
however,
happy
whatever
New
the
Year,
case,
man.
so
Yes, we're going to pay him.
Yeah, I'm saying happy New Year now because I might as well. Because this will be my last stream for 2023. Unless it's not. Is it? No, I'm pretty sure it is. Hey, what's up, Happy? Yo, Happy
That
New
should be his
Year.
house.
Happy New Year, man. It's gonna be my last stream for
According to what
2023,
he
so
told
I
me
might as
last
well
time we
greet
spoke,
everybody
he
when
hired-
they come in.
Right.
What's
Which
up?
is exactly.
So,
Just wait here. Don't forget, Paimon.
Wait, I just realized. Oh no, actually, I forgot. I realized this like about a week ago. So Genshin. Okay, look at this gameplay, right? Obviously, this is not Genshin gameplay. What we're doing now. This is FPS gameplay. Think about the last unique gameplay. No, yeah, I mean like maybe
All
not
clear.
last, but
Let's
like
go.
think about one of the other
knock on the
unique
door. We still have
non-Genshin
milk still.
combat
It
gameplay
would be
that Hoyo has released in Genshin. And by that I mean I'm talking about turn-based combat. Right? Turn-based combat TCG. Okay, doesn't have animations where they do cool fight animations,
Excuse me.
martial
Mr.
arts,
Beck-
whatever, right?
Oh,
Or use
Would
their
you mind to
powers.
come-
It does
I
have
cannot
some
confirm.
animations,
So it is
just
that-
card
Listen.
game animations, sure.
Miss Chevreuse, I'll save you the trouble.
Genshin's
and you two
other
over there?
turn-based
There's
combat
no
game,
need for you to pick my
Honkai
flowers
Star
either.
Rail,
It's not time for them to
right?
bloom
A separate
yet.
game.
oh,
And okay, so far they've introduced other
By saving me the
non-Genshin
trouble.
combat
confess.
game modes,
Huh?
like something very similar
Please
to
relax.
Then it's
something
my
very
responsibility.
similar
Yes.
to
I must
RTS.
say.
Oh,
Both,
Was
I
that
suppose.
whole like
for the same
bongo
I know you haven't figured out the
uh,
link, but that won't stop you from-
mushroom
Your mother is.
Pokemon
I was-
event?
That was never.
Please forgive
I
me.
don't know how you would call that. Honestly,
No,
a Pokemon
but
trainer mushroom event, right?
I am
That is,
indeed
I think,
the
as close
illegitimate son
as
of a
close to an
wealthy and
RTS as
influential
Genshin
man.
is going to
But the
get.
man you killed didn't have a Mora to his.
He was a hired
Imagine the
assassin.
fact that they
But if
have, they
that's
already
really-
have the code,
I'm simply
and they already have
simple,
people
really.
developing gameplay like
may have
that
considered-
at
So you're going to
Hoyo.
call.
The true
Means
ma-
And
that
so
they
what?
already have the
Oh, but
opportunity
what's
to
your father's-
develop
Well,
dedicated
No.
games to those.
when I said
They
won't
just
be
have to
overheard, I would like to
spend
speak
like
with
quite a
you
few more
and you
years
alone.
trying to figure out a way to create like a story, because like
I appre-
so far I think all of Hoyo's games are like very heavily story based,
Let's hear it.
right?
Will
Like
you
there's
really-
always this like main plot line that is just never ending. Like I mean I would I don't know
So
anything
that's
about
how-
Honkai Impact,
Do you want me to go?
right? Not
No.
Star Rail, but Honkai
Then
Impact.
why
but
did you?
You've read my work.
I would imagine that
Even if
Honkai
you want
Impact
to
story
spin
is still
justice won't do it.
ongoing,
don't-
right?
I know, but
Because like otherwise,
trying
like
to-
what
I've been
else would
observing
there
you
be
from a
to do in
distance.
the game, right?
Full the tr-
You want me to let?
No, no.
And I would imagine that Genshin Impact's story is just going to keep and keep and keep on going. They're gonna find a way to either drag this out for so long,
do you have any idea?
or
Sorry to keep
to
you waiting. You
find
two.
a way to add more stuff to it, so that the story just
I've
never
already sent
ends
some-
as long as the game remains
Yes, he
profitable.
did. I'll probably be.
All right.
Actually, there's still
And the same
something
thing
else
for
I need
Star
your help
Rail.
with.
The same thing for ZZZ, if that ever comes out someday, and if it ever does end up being profitable. The fact that my friends dared me to change my name to Ehe. I'm still here. Oh, that's you? What? Oh man. Yo, what is it with dares? Like, okay. You know, okay, is it just me? Am I weird like this? Am I a killjoy? Like, please somebody tell me, right? I guess, like, this is killjoy behavior, because anybody daring me to do anything has never, ever worked. Even when I was a kid. Like, not teenager, but, like, actual kid. Anybody daring me to do something that I wasn't comfortable with, anything that I was too lazy to do, never worked on me, ever. I was just like, okay, what do I gain from doing this? Okay, my friends will think, oh wow, you're awesome, you're funny, you're whatever, right? What do I lose from this? I'm gonna have to actually do something that I otherwise wouldn't have had to do. Especially if it was something that's like embarrassing or stupid or just doesn't get me anything. I'm like, okay, well, no thanks. Just, and I've never had like any
That's such a pity.
anxiety for not doing it.
Planning on
I was
having
just
a victory feast once
thinking,
we're all
I don't want to do this. I don't get anything from it, and I stand to lose face. Like I stand to be embarrassed. And for some reason, I don't know.
Standpoint,
Maybe I'm just a
will
killjoy.
draw a lot more attention to our film.
To be fair,
Too practical for my own good.
That I'm super popular. What was that saying again? My popularity has
Paimon becomes playable,
spread.
and we have to explore 7 new nations in the Abyss and Celestia. Oh my god. Well, when Paimon becomes the new MC. That'll be the day. that will be the day, yeah.
Everyone,
Xavier! Feels like it's...
I've been talking.
Oh, seems like you've been fighting your own battles.
Yeah. Oh, and before we begin the final round, the original investor of our film.
Also, are you guys
Mr.
hearing how
Morris-
they're pronouncing his name?
Yes.
They're not pronouncing
Glad
it
to make
as
your
Xavier.
acquaintance.
They're pronouncing it as Javier.
Good news.
Is
Did
that
X-Men get it wrong
Now
all
that
this
we've gotten
time?
all- we'll mostly be. Oh, and there'll be a cameo for Mr. Con.
X-Men just always pronounced it as Xavier.
Remember, all we need are some wide zoom shots of the streets. Ready? Lights! Camera! Action! Okay, now move the camera slow. Try to... What's wrong? Just adjust the focal length. Something the matter? Huh? Veronique, can we try a...
No problem. How about this?
All right, let's give it another try. Lights! Don't. Veronique, do we have any other... What?
On it.
Greetings, everyone. My apologies for the delay.
It seems like they're...
I see.
Well, let's not just...
The people at the workshop told...
Well, no. Ahem! Quiet on set! Place it...
By the way, have you heard...
I heard that the chief...
Oh?
Director, we have a problem.
Oh, we're...
No, director, our film.
Oh, wait, what?
Mr. Bono,
I'm coming too. No, Yoimiya, you... Oh, okay. Listen up. Everyone... Unbelievable.
Furina is being stressed out.
we're back.
I guess that's a good way to distract her from
We
her
rounded it. Huh? We discovered it
depression.
too.
I real...
Okay, but...
Okay.
Yeah, let's...
I would like to officially announce that our entry to the festival, the Two Musketeers, even though...
And just like Director Furina, I would also like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to all.
All right, let's save the award. Anyway, now it's time to part...
Party! Paimon wants to party! Whoa, this place is hopping. Everyone's finally getting... Furina!
Oh, my darling class.
Paimon thinks... Worst of all...
Hey, if anything should... Anyway, what's most... Hey, no...
Wait, now they...
Come on,
Just a minute! Hey, Ayato! How's your work been going?
Everything went right.
Ayato told... So the next time...
Oh, that's great! Oh, wait. Wouldn't Yaimiko get upset? You've got...
The cultural exchange won't only feature...
What?
When the time comes...
Chiori!
Hey, you two.
Are you not
No. Yes,
Are you still...
that. But why today of all days?
How are you doing, Mr. Morris?
Well,
Judging by how much fun everyone's having, is there...
oh, well,
Them giving us this
what?
I prepared a whole...
Fireworks, she said.
yeah, okay. I just realized I didn't really get to the point of what I was talking about a few minutes ago.
But
It's okay.
Them giving us this like FPS
The warehouse is right
type
over here. I
content
moved the fireworks there
in the
advance,
game
so it shouldn't be too
gives
hard
me the
bringing it
feeling
back.
that they're going to
it's still a
try
ways away from the
to
party.
make an FPS game at some point.
Sorry about that.
But not just any FPS, because like the FPS genre is like really competitive already, right? There's so much competition in the FPS space.
It's dark in here.
Oh, you know
wait
what?
here, Mr. Morris.
I'm gonna shop.
I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that? Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me. I'm not the killer.
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake. It has to be. There's no way.
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She'd force my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell. I'm Captain Chevreuse of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder. You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
Wait, what's going on? This wasn't in the script.
Drop the gun, Veronique. Why? Drop your weapon.
To save the children in her oh my god.
Do I have to spell it out for you,
Shane,
Morris?
stop.
But this last...
No. Stop.
It's because even I had no way to confirm. Thank you for your performance, you. Oh, and please on it.
Also, she didn't say basement. She said under the floorboards, I think is what she said.
So what do you think, Morris? My patience is with the recording.
All right. I hired her. She wants work. We kept our relationship a secret and carried out an affair for some time, but if my I also didn't.
She believed.
I didn't have it. I gave her a large sum of Mora. Told her to leave the family. And
You know what? While
I
I said I like
Even if she
Chevreuse's
I just
design,
got-
No.
I've always been confused. Like, why the headset? What is that headset all about?
Even school age yet.
The headset around her
We're
neck,
hidden
like
beneath
it just.
the floorboards. All we could do was
Okay,
to watch
you know,
Mother
like with
try to
Cookie,
fight
right?
back,
She has the
and then
mask thing, and she takes it off
collapse
in one of
to
her
the
idle
floor. Even
animations.
after the
Sure,
assassin
it
left, we
actually
were
does have
still
something to
too
do with it.
terrified to leave our
But
hiding spot.
as far as I
But
know,
she
Chevreuse doesn't have any idle
already
animations that
become cold
have
and
anything to
stiff
do with
to
that
the touch.
You
headset.
made up your mind.
Not only that,
Hey,
we
yo, what's up,
resolved to
Onoko?
get
Late
our
Merry
revenge.
Christmas and a Happy
And that's
New
why
Year
you-
to
No,
you,
that's
man.
why I figured.
This is the last stream of
I once told
2023,
the- I think what
so
Raiden-
I'm gonna make
We
sure to
confessed
greet
fact
as
that
many of
after
you
the
as I
questioning
can
ended,
on
I
stream.
disassembled the musket we dug up from his back. He had no idea based on that. I determined, and
Yo,
as
thanks,
expected,
man.
the Second Musketeer fought
It's to
besides.
stop her from going
it was very-
deaf.
I figured it out the moment Baptiste
To
told me
stop
that
her
so-called
from going
financial
deaf.
crisis was all just a
Wait,
ruse.
what?
He just wanted to sign up
Sorry.
as the investor. After all,
I'm
she's
confused,
scum. But then
Shane.
Xavier pulled out all the stops and got the film made against all odds. Morris couldn't have that. With the killer in
Wait, so you were behind all those
As for the identity of the second musketeer, I assumed they'd and if they already. Furthermore, with that hypothesis,
My brother.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
He
You were talking about
trusted you.
Chevreuse's headset. Ear
As in, he
protection for
trusted me
guns.
to
I
perform
guess
the
you're
deed on
talking
his
about like
behalf?
there is you mean you're
trusted
saying
you to stand
they're not
I am.
headphones, but they're more like
thought you could
earmuffs.
You know what he has done. I will
They're
never.
they're not headphones,
lie,
but yeah,
I
ear
wondered.
protection, I guess.
I agonize
Like
so I don't.
um
Because that should
like
never be
like
how
what
justice
people
is.
wear
Perhaps
when they're
that
at
everyone
like
today,
at a
but the
shooting
world
range.
cannot Fontaine is, but with all that,
Chevreuse?
I guess
rest
yeah,
of the special
sure. I
patrol
guess
is
so. I
here.
guess so. That makes sense.
Thank you so much,
Now
Yoimiya.
that you mentioned that.
Letelier.
Those two remind me
I
of
still can't agree with
what
your
was that
reasoning.
game with those two robot women?
I know.
It's not a
Justice has
it's
not
not a
been
very
delivered.
new game, but it's a new-ish
At least
game. Like just the
not
two of
today.
them, like all of a sudden coming up like that in uniform, like both looking almost exactly the same.
Chevreuse?
I think it was like Atomic
give it- thank you
something,
for your-
Atomic
I'm
Heart,
just-
was it? When she shoots her gun, the headphones are to stop the sound from making her deaf. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I get it. So they're not headphones,
I'm
but
just
they're
glad
more
that
like
you're all safe and
earmuffs, I guess.
What do you mean?
Chiori is right.
But the real and
The call is.
No, it's romanticism, just like the real one.
Sounds good. What about Furina?
She
You
will
know,
soon face her
earmuffs.
judgment alongside her brother.
Yeah,
if I had to guess.
hearing
Oh,
protection
exactly.
certainly is
Let's
something
get
that
back to the
Filipino
beast and
shipping
enjoy each other's-
companies
You should join us.
could
All right, then I'll wait for
spend
you.
at
Traveler,
least
time
a
on.
little bit of money
Thank you
on.
very-
Because while obviously I've only worked on one ship before, right? And it wasn't even for very long. It was only like 3-ish months. And I don't even work in the engine department, right? I don't work in the engine department. I work in the deck department. That means like I'm up above the deck. And I've never been into the engine room before.
Sorry for the wait.
But it is noisy. Like just I pass
We
by
weren't
the
waiting long
door
at all.
to the
No, I
engine
don't
room.
have-
It
Traveler.
is
When I was
really
young,
noisy.
he told me
There's
that,
no way
because the moment one
to-
winter, I cried.
Like there's
When
no
I
way
saw that the bones
you
showed- I
spend
waited for
like
my- I used all. I've never felt afraid about
15
any-
minutes in that room
Yeah,
with
I don't
no
think that
hearing
was- it's just
protection.
that
I don't know.
working
Like
now
I
as I
don't
am
think
in
there's
pursuit
any
of
way that you
justice.
spend
Chevreuse.
more than
The
15
worse I
minutes in that
feel.
room with no hearing
Anyway,
protection that
how
you don't
about a
suffer any amount of permanent hearing damage. I didn't even go in there, and I guess, sure, the closest that I've been to the engine room was passing by the door going into the engine room, and I guess going
Oh,
down
that felt
below
good.
deck into the cabin room.
You were so fast in the water,
But
Chevreuse.
the cabin room is like two
Hardly.
rooms
Oh, so it's
away
course. Come
away from the engine room, and when the engine's on, like it's still
To be
very
honest,
loud.
I do sometimes question whether the decisions I make are the right ones. But I know that no matter what, I must keep swimming. Because the only thing I've got my eyes on is the shore in the distance.
Genshin soon becoming Fortnite. I mean, honestly, I don't think I would mind. I mean, maybe not Genshin, but like I wouldn't mind Hoyo releasing an FPS.
Thank you for coming on
isn't
this walk with me.
For
I feel a
Fortnite,
lot-
Fortnite doesn't have
We're nearly back
a
at that
first-person
kid's
mode,
house.
right? Fortnite isn't Fortnite strictly third-person?
Wait, the rainbow rope.
Oh, okay. Well, apparently, if you're down here on the ground and not in the city, apparently the camera has to pan up to the sky. But at least it's like a really quick pan because we're already up quite high, and the level, the Z axis where the camera is at when we're anywhere in Fontaine is already quite high, so it doesn't have to travel that far to get to the height that it needs to be before the time or the clock starts moving. Okay, so I guess the city is a higher elevation than like the wilderness in Fontaine.
We're way behind schedule.
I don't know, I never played Fortnite. Me too. I just sort of see clips from like the only time I ever see Fortnite gameplay is if I see a video,
I'm sure the others will also be here in no time.
let's say like from Game Ranks or something. Yeah, like Game Ranks talks about like top 20 this that of the century or whatever, right? And they just show like a few clips of Fortnite, and that's really the only time I ever see Fortnite.
All right, but before that, Traveler and Paimon, could I trouble you to quickly pay a visit to the fortress?
Huh? But shouldn't we?
I wanted to ask.
Beautiful.
I have been able to
What were you
find her recently, so
what do you
I
mean?
haven't had the chance
What's
to
beautiful,
invite her
Shane?
personally. According to the papers, the culprits
You
of the
talking
musket
about
murder case will be
Chevreuse?
personally
I'm actually
escorted
kind of
to me by
excited
the-
to get a copy of Chevreuse. I mean, not gameplay wise, but like I don't know, I just really like her
Alright,
design. Chevreuse and Charlotte, for some reason, I really like their designs. Like there's something about it that speaks to me. Oh, I had I had a bit of trouble getting into the Fortress of Meripede, by the way, on my Asia account because I haven't done Archon quests after Liyue. I haven't done any Archon quests at all. And obviously I haven't gone into the Fortress of Meripede, but apparently there are quite a few ways to get in here without doing the quest. But it seems to be temporary. Yeah, it seems to be temporary only.
This is as
Because
far as I'll
the
be
way
taking.
that I
Another
got
errand to
into it was like
Something
through the
like that?
pipe
Oh,
underwater.
that's something.
No.
But the teleporter wasn't available.
Festivals
Like I
Call it
couldn't
the
find where the
festival?
teleporter was and couldn't activate it.
We've already
So-
finished. But you
Yeah,
also
apparently
hear-
it's only a temporary means to get in here without
Well,
doing the
another-
quest.
Speaking of here,
You're here to invite
But
you
hey,
to the
at least I
party.
do appreciate the fact that they gave us a way to get in here. Because like,
And the
like
same
if,
to you.
like, for example, right, my Asia account, I would imagine my Asia account is very similar to like a new player, and I can't imagine a new player thinking, oh no, I'm still on my Mondstadt quest. What is this place? Where is this? Right, and like all of Fontaine is still pitch black. Like, none of it is activated, and they take their time to unlock like statues of the seven, etc., a few teleporters, and then they realize, oh, where is this? It's
Congratulations,
not
Mr.
under.
Xavier.
They go into the water and
won.
they're like, oh, where is this? And then it's like they realize, oh, it's far deeper. Like what is this place? And then they go and Google, and then realize, oh, it's a place I can't go in. I have to do the Archon quest for
Time really
Fontaine,
It certainly
and then they
feels
go
that way.
do
Will you
a bit
come
more
back to
googling, and then
Fontaine?
realize,
Of course, but
oh,
how
I
about
gotta get to
you?
Liyue. Oh, I got to
can't
I
say
gotta
the
get to
thought is I will
Inazuma.
be equal- Yeah,
Oh, I
let's
gotta
keep in
get to
touch. Did you
Sumeru.
accomplish-
Yes.
And then
Ah,
Fontaine.
to
And
my
like,
knowledge.
Tell
okay.
her I said hi.
A lot of them
I
are probably
certainly-
just gonna quit at that point.
Yes.
I quite like the sound
Considering
of
that you like using
And I'd like
Raiden
to
in
offer
Abyss,
with the
not
support
surprised
of
you
my
want
entire crew,
Chevrolet.
I would like to officially announce our
Chevrolet.
film company, Musketeer Pictures.
Then in that case,
Paimon didn't know we'd also
Hey, what's up,
Director
Anime Devil?
Furina, I
What's up,
believe
man?
you-
Yo, late
It's
Merry
an honor
Christmas
the
and a
director
Happy New
deserves.
Year to you, man.
Yes,
This is
I
the last
agree.
stream, well, my last stream
Just
of
accept that you're not getting
2023.
out of this.
So I'm gonna get everybody as soon as they come in. At least I'm gonna try.
1. Musketeer picture.
Yo, I just realized something. So that pre-rendered cutscene in that house when Chevreuse was like threatening and like, you know, like when we were trying to get that Morris, right, to talk, to say what he did, to admit his crimes. that was pre-rendered, right? Like it was clearly a pre-rendered cutscene. And of course, Hoyo would feel like, oh, we have to render this at like 4K or 8K resolution in case we have some players out there with a 4K screen, right? So which means they will likely be playing Genshin in 4K. And if we render it at 1080p, they'll feel like, oh, this looks terrible, right? So obviously they can't render multiple copies of it and then like find a way to program the game to look at the specs of your computer and decide which copy to delete and which copy to use, right? Because that would be like, what if you log in to your account on your friend's computer that has a 4K monitor? Look what would happen then. And then on top of that, the fact that we have the choice to pick between Lumine and Ether means that they had to render that scene twice, at least twice, right? One with Lumine in it, one with Ether in it. And now the question is, did they include both of those in the update, in the game files? Or no, I think they do. I think they do include both of those, because I just realized all my other accounts have Ether. Like I picked Ether on all my other accounts, and this is the only account I have that has Lumine in it. And obviously I played on those accounts and did the same exact event quest and saw the same cutscenes, but with Ether in it. And today I'm seeing Lumine in it, which means it's all in the game files. Those two videos, which are probably at 4K or higher resolution, imagine like how many minutes that was. I would imagine that they probably have little to no video compression, because they want that video to be as high quality as possible, especially for their players that play Genshin on a PS5 on their 4K 75-inch TV. So what is that? That is probably easily a gigabyte. Yeah, probably easily a gigabyte video for this event. Yeah. Just for this event. A gigabyte video just for this event. One for Ether, and another gigabyte for the Lumine copy. I just realized. Wow, okay. I mean, like, at least it's a limited time event, so after the update, they're gonna erase all of that. Javier is kind of cute. Honestly, like, yeah, like, he does give that look, like, geekish, maybe not geekish, but, like, timid guy look. Like, if I was a woman, I would say, like, yeah, hey, the guy looks dorky and cute. Yeah, if I was a girl, I would probably think the same too. Chiori in the corner. Chiori, like, I mean, like, not gonna lie, I like Chiori's design. Like, for some reason, she really gives me, Raven vibes. Raven from Ruby. You know, RWBY Ruby, right? But Raven, Yang's mom. All she needs now is a samurai. That, like if she had a samurai, like, on her side there to the left, I'd be like younger Yang. Sorry, not Yang, Raven. Younger Raven. That's awesome. RJ, you're killing my brain with this game stuff. I'm so sorry, man. I'm just geeking out, you know. I'm just like a nerd when it comes to this stuff. Like, nerd, not smart nerd. I'm talking about like just fanatic nerd, not smart nerd. Javier is posing like Josh Hutcherson meme. What is that? What is that? Oh, oh, okay. All right, I certainly get what you mean, huh? Interesting. All right, I closed it. Chevreuse is cute. Yeah, I mean, like her face doesn't scream cute, but I really like her design. And you know, the one thing I like about this picture, Furina's happy, right? Doesn't that just warm up your hearts, like for you know, for those who care, but for those who don't care, but you know, okay, well, yeah, it's a cool looking picture, great. But for those who do care, right? Furina's here. Furina's experiencing life. She's not just like locking herself in a room trying to figure out who she is. She's here living life. She's happy. She's doing what she loves to do. What if Jewelry becomes a standard banner 5-star Geo? Oh, I mean, I'm looking at her design, and the first, like my instincts immediately tell me she's 4-star, but now that I look at it, she does have quite a lot more intricacies in her design that make me think maybe it's not a 4-star. But I'm also okay. I don't know if you guys have noticed this pattern, but so the 4-star designs from Leeway, from Inazuma, they seemed really plain. Yeah, I guess plain might be the word that I would use to describe them. Whereas when we got to Sumeru and here and Fontaine especially, 4-star designs were like, if you put a 4-star, if you released a character designed, like a 4-star character from Fontaine and labeled it as a 5-star, like if you released Charlotte or Chevreuse in, I don't know, 2.0, 2.2, 2.1, whatever, I would not have had any qualms with it. Right? Like even Ayaka's design, like okay, Ayaka's design is like very timid and stuff, right? It's not supposed to be flashy, but and it does have a lot of little details once you like really take a look, but it seems really plain compared to like the 4-star designs in Sumeru and Fontaine. And I understand that's probably a regional thing. It's probably not just like, you know, Hoyo is making their new characters flashier. But honestly, I'm split. You know, I don't. Some part of me thinks that this design does not look very 5-star to me, but some part of me also thinks, okay, maybe a 5-star. All right, that's the end of the quest, right? That's the end of the quest. Yes. Okay, that means I can actually do the event stuff, and I don't have to do. Come on, man. Okay. Well. What a lovely problem to have, huh? Oh, yep. Lovely, lovely problem to have. I can just imagine somebody like somebody like Bill Gates or what's his name? Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos thinking, man, I have too much money. What do I do with it?
Thank you for.
That's sort of. I would imagine that it's how I feel whenever I look at my crystal flies or my mystic enhancement ores. I'm like, well, how do I get rid of this? There's too much of it. Hello, hey, what's up, MK? Yo, late Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, man. Yo, what's up? What's up? Hopefully, I'm off-field Geo Healer that has buffs and some unique crystallized mechanics. Oh, that would be cool. right? Like a that would be, yeah, like a Navia support. Hey, I wouldn't mind that, honestly. Although, I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, like now that you mention that, even if she does become like a, well, if she does become like what is it, like a deliberately Navia support, I think it would tip Navia over to the way too OP. It would tip her over that line. Like it would make her cross over that line because I don't know. Like as of right now, I think Navia is just, her numbers are like perfectly balanced. Like obviously you could get like insane numbers off of her if you really try hard. Like, you know, you make up a team that is literally designed just to get the biggest numbers out of her. Sure, right? And hang on, where are these guys? Oh, you're not okay. Okay, what was I talking about? I got distracted. Come on. He stopped moving. No! He's too fast. Too fast. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yes, but like if you build Navia like with a realistic build and give her a realistic team, I think Navia is like perfectly balanced as she is right now. Yeah, and I guess you could say the same thing for like Raiden Shogun or Ito or Wanderer. Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm trying to think about it right now. Actually, I'm giving it some more thought, and I guess it wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad, because while Ito works really well already, even without Goro, and putting Goro with him in it. Well, okay. You know what? Never mind. That's not a very good example. I guess Raiden Shogun, for example, right? You give Raiden Shogun Kujo Sara, it means you're gonna have to replace like one of your other characters in the team with Kujo Sara, which means you're gonna lose the benefits that that character would have given the team, and replace them with Kujo Sara. But then Kujo Sara buffing Raiden Shogun would give her like a damage boost that would make up for the loss of that character that you replaced with Kujo Sara. So I guess it's fine. And if Chevreuse or no Chiori does end up being a Navia dedicated support, I guess it would be a similar dynamic to that. How have you been? Good, man, good. Thanks for asking. Not doing financially great, but also I'm not on the brink of bankruptcy, so I'm not terrible. Family's happy and healthy. Nobody's dying, and that's really the most important part. Because, I mean, what am I gonna do with all the money in the world if I'm sick or the family's sick and just always in the hospital, right? Might as well be poor and laughing in my at home or on the street if I can't afford to pay rent anymore, than be crying at the hospital in a private room in a really expensive hospital, right? Might as well be out on the street laughing with my family. What? Oh, he didn't stagger. I thought it didn't hit. Hopefully an all-field geo healer. Oh, yeah, I already read that, I guess. They can probably make the buff more rewarding with different elements in the party, like how Yunjin and Lynette's passive works. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, okay. Oh, you know, like Navia has a similar passive too, right? Like she gets 20% attack for each different element that's on the team. That would make sense, yeah. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, but then again, you know, like there's like the design aspect. Like she does not look like she looks like she could be a 4-star, but she also looks like she could be a 5-star. Will that guy ever come this way? I guess not. They can make the buff something like if a Pyro, Cryo, Electro, or Hydro character triggers Crystallize while Shiori's ult is active, they release a percent amount of damage. Oh, that's pretty good. That sounds like it's exactly what Hoyo would design. Enemies? Yeah, thank you. Honestly, this isn't bad. Like the minigame experience. I mean, okay, I guess I'm very biased here. Yeah, I might be definitely very biased here when I say this is not bad, because like Genshin is sort of my like comfort / relaxation game. It's a game like Genshin is sort of well, I mean, like right now it's sort of really the only game that I take really seriously. And yeah, I play video games to relax or sort of escape from reality, at least for a moment, right? Like to forget my problems, and as a way to like wind down for the day. And Genshin, because Genshin is not like a competitive FPS shooter that gets my blood boiling every time a like you know, or FPS or MOBA, right? That gets my blood boiling every time a teammate does something stupid and we lose because of him, right? So it doesn't hype me up. Instead, it winds me down. And yeah, that's my reason for playing Genshin. Obviously, I'm very biased because of that, and I will just say this is a lovely, mini game. It's relaxing, and yet it's not like brain dead. You know, it's not too boring, but at the same time, it's just fun enough. It's like playing, it's like Plants vs Zombies, right? Not a very high stakes game, not a very intense game, but yeah. Sounds exactly like what Hoyo would maybe a little too much what Hoyo would do. A little too much like what Hoyo would do. Are you secretly Hoyo listening? No, sorry, not listening. Watching my streams? Are you here to spy on me? Well, I'm not talking. Same, I do that a lot. Onoka, are you talking about playing Genshin as a way to like wind down and relax and stuff? or like you play video games to sort of like escape from reality, or like just to, you know, give yourself a moment to forget about your problems. The first one, nice. Yeah, right, because like Genshin isn't super hard, like except maybe like when you're at like AR 50 or AR 55 and you're like trying to, you know, and you're like, you just got to AR 50 or 55 and you haven't had that too much opportunity to farm for artifacts, which means your characters aren't super well built just yet, and you're trying to push for more stars in Abyss, right? That's really, I would say, the most stressful Genshin can be, I think. Yeah, and like other than that, like maybe if you're like a, I don't know, like a 9-year-old or 8-year-old kid playing Genshin, and like you, like me, for example, I'm stupid, right? Like I'm not smart at all. 8-year-old, 9-year-old me would have never been able to figure out how Genshin worked. Like I would have been just like waiting for the next quest that would pop up here, and then I would just navigate and like follow what I would need to do. I remember those days very clearly. I had no idea what I was doing playing these like RPG games. Actually, to both. Oh no, both. Yeah, right. I mean, like, man, I guess that's why we are one of the reasons why the gaming industry is has gotten as big as it has. Because imagine back then, really only very hardcore like gamers would, well, play video games. Because it just wasn't as easy to get into video games back then as it is today. And nowadays, everybody sort of needs this like way to relieve themselves of stress at the end of the day. Well, maybe not everybody, but like a lot of people, right? And back then, it really would have been only, let's say, in a couple, it was probably really hard to find a couple where both would play video games. But now, like both, it's like really common now where both people in a couple play video games.
Clouds high, the birds come into the wind.
Let me leave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate.
Didn't hit anything with that verse. Or not verse, sorry. Jinsho E.
Everybody stand back.
As one with wind and cloud, one with nature.
Witness the power of Guhua.
These guys are so spread out. I can't, like, I don't even know, like, the order of where these guys come out of.
Let me leave you a verse. Know my sword.
I'm sort of just unga bungaing my way through, looking for like, oh, like every time like a wave dies, I'm constantly looking for like, oh, where are you? Make crystallized shards pulse and deal damage with a maximum of maybe 3 or 5 geo shards. Pulsing, or once they do a pulse, they break. Geo shards on the floor, pulsing and then exploding. It sounds a lot like Bloom. It sounds like Bloom. Just things on the ground that you create by doing a certain elemental reaction. Hydro plus Dendro equals Bloom, and then bada bing, bada boom, you get green thing on the ground. In a few seconds, it explodes and does damage. That sounds a lot like Bloom. In Geo's case, that would be Geo plus one of the pitch elements, and then explodes on the ground, does damage. But yeah, those are some pretty cool ideas, honestly. Not gonna lie. My Noel did 110k normal attack damage in this event. Oh, nice. Let me see. Man, I hate bishops. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I sort of understand why they put okay. I just remembered when they started releasing bishops. They started releasing bishops like when Yoimiya was released. All right. Well, I mean, like, what? I can't even look at the builds of these characters. Like, they won't even show us the builds. How do I know if this is even built decently? Well, if all else fails, then bust out the old Hyper Bloom. I'm thinking more like that one, Geo Construct Mechanism, the Chasm. Oh, like that. Oh, okay. Like, oh, it's like similar to how, what's it called? Geo MC's, boulder explodes after a few seconds, right? Like, I think it was like, when you got to a certain constellation. Was it a constellation? I'm not sure if it was a constellation. Yeah, I think it was a constellation. When you got to a certain constellation on GeoMC, the boulder explodes and does as much damage as it does. As much damage as it does when you place it. And that seems okay, not bad. Because, like, I mean, I don't know, like, Geo seems to be all over the place, right? Like, Geo, as its shielding thing, Geo, right, with Crystallize and, like, Zhongli being the Geo Archon and Shielder, right? Like, and then Ito being a DPS, sure. And then Albedo just being, like, somebody who does crystallize a lot because off-field AoE Geo application, right? So Navia, okay, wants to do crystallize, and sure. What buff does the camera filter thing even give you? I mean, I don't notice any difference. What is the camera filter thing even for? Seems like this needs AoE. I was a GeoMC enjoyer. I still am. He does a lot of damage. He does, doesn't he? Or just like Zhongli, Chocobar throbbing. Oh my god, please stop. Just... Man. Could you pick your words worse? Yeah, more worse than you did? I mean, like, worse or better, you know, like, depending on your, I guess, preference. Grow. everybody, I don't know, like I haven't heard anybody say anything bad about Nahida's character. Everybody just seems to just love Nahida. I mean, you know, I get that, like, it's really hard to not like her, to hate her, I guess, like, her being the victim of, being like, imprisoned as a child, well, essentially, well, maybe not slavery, because she wasn't, like, forced to do anything, but he was trapped, like, I guess a sleeping beauty, yeah, there you go. She was like a sleeping beauty, and it's hard to dislike somebody who is trapped for 500 years, and then like after 500 years still ended up being the forgiving one, forgiving somebody who wronged her and did something bad to her.
Shine down. Let me read you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. No, my teamwork is dreamwork.
You're toast. Nice and spicy.
AK Scaramouche. Naida's just a cute child. Yeah, I mean, like a cute child that managed to maybe not blackmail. I think blackmail is a strong word, but like coerce one of the Fatui Harbingers, like one of the smarter Fatui Harbingers, excuse me. And like he was forced to kill all of his copies, which he said is not easy to make, but okay. She's cute, yes. But cunning also, yes. Did I say he? I said he? What? I'm sorry. The only thing that's pretty tricky with Nahida is that she applies too much dendro. She's literally suffering from success. Yeah, that's, well, I don't know if you were here for that stream. I guess I did it twice, like it was with 2 streams because it was the 4.3 Abyss is where I was having the problem of Nahida applying too much dendro. And I was trying to make like not a very good aggravate team, but an aggravate team nonetheless. And I couldn't swirl Electro on my 2nd and 3rd rotations anymore because Nahida, yeah, applied too much dendro. I couldn't put Electro on enemies anymore. Yeah, literally suffering from success, like doing things too well.
Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
Oops. Well.
Gather. I see everything.
Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. There's only literally 1 enemy on the field right now. Yeah, should have waited for this. Here.
Stabilize. The Temple of Wisdom. Everyone hold hands.
Oh, don't need to swap to you anymore.
Oh,
Order guide. Hey, make yourselves at home.
Are you floor 11 with a level 60 character? Who was your level 60 character? I was there. You can't electro swirl on vegan chicken. Yep. I ran into that problem. Yes, I couldn't electro swirl on vegan chicken. Man, I can't like. I mean, why hasn't anybody called that thing vegan chicken yet? I mean, like, I'm sure somebody has, but I haven't heard anyone call it vegan chicken. Like, it's like, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe I'm just corny, right? Old fashioned, right? Maybe I just have like not a very good sense of humor, but I don't know. I think it's pretty ironic. Okay. I think it's pretty ironic. It's chicken, which, meat. I don't remember. Was it this? Bewildered expression. Yeah, okay. Right? It's a chicken made of meat. But because it's dendro, it's not made of meat. It's just made of vegetables. Lettuce? No, I mean, I don't know. So, vegan chicken. Yeah, chicken for vegans. Sure. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, Miko. I was just too lazy to farm for her. I call it KFC. But wait, who? What fast food chain was that? There was a fast food chain that, like, I don't remember what year it was. Was it like 2013 or something? There was a fast food chain that released this like hot dog in a bun, but the bun wasn't a bun. Like, it wasn't bread. It was just another like big nugget. It was essentially a hot dog in meat. Was that KFC? It was either KFC or another red fast food franchise. I don't remember. Jollibee? Was that Jollibee? No, I don't think that was Jollibee. No. I mean, like, it's like the type of food it was, like, it really wasn't for kids. And yeah, and it's the type of food it was really seemed very American to me. Yeah? Okay. Sure, I think that's right. I think it's KFC. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was KFC, because, like, KFC, very American, right? And, well, Americans with their food, and I mean, I know it's not all of America that likes food like that, but I can't see a non-American fast food chain make something like that. It's an overgrown mushroom, literally a meat substitute. It's a meat substitute for vegans. Hey, what are you having for dinner? Two vegan friends meeting up in public. Hey, what are you having? Hey, I'd like the chicken, please. And then the vegan friends like, just gasp. Expression. This thing, I think it was this one. And this one? I think that's right. No, not the animals. But wait, it's not just any chicken. It's the vegan chicken. All right. Well, I'm going to do the event stuff. Challenges, yeah, event challenges today, but I'm not going to claim all the rewards today. Yeah, I'm going to be. Hang on. Yeah, I'm going to just save them so that I could, well, save myself some time from doing daily commissions for the next few, like for the next probably week, I think, because this has quite a few rewards to claim. I think one of these is wrong. Lol. The honest position. Yeah, okay, I was right. One of them was wrong. I don't remember which one though. Environment and characters will perform. Okay, that's right. Demeanor as she ponders. Pretty sure that's right too. Ponders something. Look at the camera. I think this is wrong. Ponders pictures, calling capturing the scenery. Okay, I'm dumb. I didn't read. I didn't read. My mom used to cook pancit with mushrooms as a meat substitute. It was tasty, and the slight chewy texture of the cooked mushroom almost got us fooled that it was meat. Huh. I've never thought about that before. You know, I should tell my wife about this. She's the she likes cooking a lot, and she just might try this out. Actually, yeah, honestly, I love mushrooms. I really like mushrooms. Yo, hey, what's up, Ice? Yo, late Merry Christmas, man, and a Happy New Year to you. All right, this is the event challenge that I wasn't looking forward to doing all in one go, because I think it's kind of fun to play this like maybe just 1 or 2 rounds in a row. I mean, I don't know. I just, man, I don't know what's up with me. Like, I just don't like co-op. I just don't like competitive games, at least not anymore. Who's a tall male character
wine tastes
that people hardly ever use that I have on this account? Maybe Toma, I guess. Sure. Merry Christmas. Hey, speaking of Christmas, yeah, what was your guys' Christmases like? Any of you who don't celebrate Christmas here? You had 4 games in this one? And the thing that I don't like about it too is like the fact that it seems like so it's in co-op, right? Which means one of you is the host, right? One of you is like in your like world. Like all of you are in someone's world, and which means somebody has some kind of ping advantage, like because they're operating on their ping, and while you are operating on their ping too. Wow, that was a lot, and I just pushed them in the wrong direction. Aha, you can't get me. No. He just gave up. Stop! Okay. There's one. And he just pushed it in. Thanks, man. Okay, here's a bunch more. Oh. Oh, thank you. No! I messed up. I messed up. Oh, what? Yo, free stuff. Cool. I can't. Alright. Really good. You must try it. Plus, it's also cheap. If you can find those edible mushrooms in the wild instead of buying them. I'd really rather not. I really would rather not trust my own life in my own hands, because, well, I don't think I'm a very good. I don't think I'm very good at taking care of my own life, honestly. We don't celebrate Christmas? Oh, really? I didn't realize that. KFC, Netflix, and chill. Yo, how? Okay. I mean, you have Netflix, clearly. How has Netflix been? Like, I've never really been able to justify paying for a subscription for Netflix. Because, like, I mean, you know, it's on the internet. So, not hard to get access to that stuff, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Plus the fact that Netflix, like, I don't know if you have experienced this yet, but there's like this Netflix. So wasn't there a time, like just earlier this year, when Netflix's cheapest paid subscription was now had ads. I remember that happening at some point, and oh boy. Okay, that's. Oh no! Ah no! He's gonna get. Did he get just? Did he just get two? I'm not doing well this round. Aha! Oh, that's... Oh, okay. He saved that one. He saved that one, but not for long. Haha! Okay, wait, would you just go in one direction, please?
What's the hurry?
Oh. Okay, alright, you are not going anywhere. Ah! Okay, I messed up.
What's the hurry?
Alright. Those are now mine. Thank you very much. Oh! Perfect! Okay, give me two. Come on, guys! Alright, I messed up. He push it in. Yes. Oh, this is alright. You know what? I take that back. This is fun. This is actually fun. I'm actually enjoying this. So, wasn't there like
really want to go traveling.
I really did spend a lot recently.
a little earlier?
Have my friends with me.
A little earlier this year, Netflix made their cheapest paid subscription like where you would still get ads. And then like one tier above that was the no ads subscription. And they also did I think that was only in South America, I think. Where they were cracking down on account sharing.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Oh wow, okay,
But
alright.
where
These
those who
are
share
seems like these guys are competitive because they actually picked the tall male character models. So these guys know what they're up. What's up? These guys are probably pretty competitive. I might just lose this one. Oh, it's pretty open too. All right, thank you. Thanks for pushing them in, buddy. Wow, this guy really will not let up, huh? Okay, so the big ones are probably here. Yes, there they are. Thank you for pushing it in. Oh. No. Okay, I just pushed it in for him. Darn it. Oh, awesome. Wait, whose ping are we on? It seems like... It doesn't seem like mine. I just pushed it in for somebody else. Yeah, I'm definitely losing this one. There's one. Oh man, this is definitely not my world. Oh well, it looks like I have green ping for everybody. But like, it seems really delayed. Like, look at this. I'm in front of it, but I'm not pushing it back. Do you think pulling Ayaka now is worth it? I mean, she's still as strong as she's ever been, right? The only problem is that the content, like, for example, like the types of enemies that they've been releasing for in the last while, and the way that they've been arranging Abyss has been not great for Freeze in general, not just for Ayaka, but for Freeze in general. I would say, yeah, it's still worth it. Like to, yeah, Freeze is still, or sorry, not Freeze, but Ayaka is still worth it because like she hasn't, they haven't nerfed her. But they've just made it so that content isn't as friendly to Freeze as it has been, especially back in its heyday. Okay, here's like my perspective, like how I would look at it, like if I was somebody pulling for Ayaka. So what would happen is, okay, and I do have Ayaka. I have her on my main account. I'm on the main account right now, and I didn't pull for her on her release. I pulled for her in her most recent rerun, not this one, but in her most recent rerun before this. And I haven't used her. Well, I used her once in Abyss, but it wasn't even I used her because it was appropriate, but I used her because I just wanted to use her because she was a new character and that I knew was strong even from back then, but I just couldn't find a reason to use her, and I just wanted to use her. And I just let go of the big ones. Alright, this feels a little better than the last round. At least the things are moving like in the direction that I'm wanting them to move. Like I don't have to stay super ahead of the things anymore just to get them to move. And the movements aren't too delayed. Okay, I really have to get these little ones. There's so many of them. Oh, I don't have a speed boost anymore. I should really get one. Okay. And I hate it that I can't jump over that, but I do. It seems very similar to was it a guild war? No, it was, what was it called in Flife? I don't remember. I got Ayaka yesterday. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, yeah. So let me continue then. So okay, I used her once in Abyss. Well, I think twice actually, because it was the same Abyss iteration in the same version update, and it was the Abyss of while Ayaka was on the banner, which means that Abyss was sort of designed for Ayaka and whoever else was on the banner at the time. And after that, I haven't found like a reason to use her at all, because I can't find a reason to use her in the overworld, because her charged attacks, while it's not terrible scaling, but it also will make it so that fights in the overworld will take much longer than I would like them to last. And I can't exactly do a full rotation of Ayaka in the overworld, because everything would be dead just by the time that I just put an element on someone, put cryo on someone, and then swirled with Kazuha, then everything's dead, right? I can't even get to my third character before everything dies. Oops. Okay, the big ones are probably about to pop out soon. Yes, I got one. Oh, thanks. I didn't even need to get the other one then. Thank you, I guess. Let me have these. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna get that one. Well, okay, I gave it that one. Okay. Well, really should stop helping them, huh? Nope. Nope. You ain't getting it. Oh no. And I got the other one too. Nice. Okay, I really don't need to win this one. I really only need like 100 more points. But whatever. Okay. What? Why did you leave this one? Hey, awesome. When Kazuos were all dead. Yeah, I mean, especially if it's a group of 3 or more and all of them have an element on them, and then like as soon as you swirl, everything now has cry, and when you plunge, dead. Right? Like there's just no way to get to Ayaka in like a full team rotation in the open world. You're pretty good at this. Oh gee, thanks. I mean, like I don't know. I guess I just got lucky, because like I think that game where I lost, I don't know if it was like visible on through the stream, but it felt like there was such a delay between like me getting near something and then like it moving. It felt like I had to get way ahead of everything for me to just stop like which direction they were going in. But yeah, I think I did get lucky. I think I was the host for most of that, honestly. Yeah, like I said earlier, I think there was like one disadvantage that people, one I guess gripe that I had about like the competitive Genshin like co-op events, like especially this one, because this one's actually ping dependent, right? It's not like hide and seek. Well, I mean, okay, the hide and seek one was also kind of ping dependent, but it was mostly people hiding in unfair spots dependent. But yeah, other than that. Oh, wait, what? Why do I still have 122 resin? Didn't I use all my resin? What did I do? What did I do? Hang on. Okay, hang on. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta check on how much resin I had left on my other accounts. So yeah, anyway, Ice, that's what I think of Ayaka now. Like I said, she's still as strong as she's always been. The problem now with Ayaka is that the type of combat content where Ayaka would be necessary in, you know, like where you would actually need that much DPS in the game, is just not very friendly to freeze teams in general anymore. And it will be occasionally, especially when Ayaka is on the banner, because obviously they have to make Abyss Ayaka friendly again, and well, not Ayaka friendly, but like freeze friendly. Oh, okay. So I guess all my resin is even. This 15, 16. So that means 2 p.m. plus 4 hours tomorrow. 2:30 plus 4 hours. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Alright, I don't have to... Yeah, okay. I don't have to, Oh, right, I forgot to do the web event thing on my second and main accounts. Oh, wait. What is... Okay. Okay, turn off the audio. Good morning, RJ. Hey, what's up, Happy? Wait, weren't you here like an hour ago? Was that you, or was that a different Happy? Heading Seek, best co-op game ever. I don't know. I honestly I did find it fun, but the part of me that didn't think it was fun was the part that made me feel like, especially if we were on maps that had really unfair hiding spots. I just felt bad. I wanted to win because I didn't want to play more. No, I didn't want to play more games than I had to. But I wanted to win because like I had to do it. I had to get all my event rewards as soon as I can because it's me and I'm like, I get anxious if I'm not doing things in the most efficient way possible. Even if I am having fun. Like, look at the little mini game right now, right? I just said that I was actually having fun, and I didn't play it anymore because I had all the rewards that I needed. It's a different Happy? That was another Happy. Oh my goodness. Okay, hey, Happy, you know, late Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you, man. All right. I was having second thoughts about like greeting you again because like somebody named Happy was here earlier, but then I thought, that's a different like profile picture and it's all caps. Maybe he changed his thing again. I was like, okay, that is Happy. So yeah, anyway, I'm greeting you and everybody else because this is going to be the last stream of my last stream of 2023. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I won't be able to stream anymore. Tomorrow, yeah, like today for me is the 30th, and you know tomorrow, I won't be able to stream like later today, 30th, and tomorrow on the 31st because I'll be pretty busy on the 31st. Oh. Imposter. Imposter. Hey, Happy, like a lot of people would like to have the name Happy because, well, 2023 was not a very happy year, right? So anywhere you find a way to get some happiness, always going to be welcome. I was like, already got Shenhe, Kaza, Kokomi. Why not finally Ayaka now? Oh, you know what? Okay. Now that you mentioned that you have all those characters, I think that was okay. Yeah, that was. I think that it's good actually that you have Ayaka now, because, well, now you have like peak performance of any freeze team, right? Like for whenever you will need a freeze team, you will just destroy that whatever combat content that is, right? And I don't know if that was your intention. For me, that would be the intention, because I'm like I said, I want everything to be the most efficient. I want to do everything in the most efficient way possible. Otherwise, I would get anxious. Wow, that is a lot of event stuff. Battle Pass. Wow, oh my god. 45 5700 BPXP. Hey, why is this account only 20? Why are my other accounts 22 already? What? I'm confused.
So it is.
Alright, my other accounts are 22 already, but this one for some reason is just 20.
Things come to settle. Samantha.
Might as well use the 2 resin that for some reason I didn't use earlier, or 2 condensed resin. I'm really hoping Mistsplitter now. Oh, that would just be like the icing on the cake for you, man. Hey, Unrevealed, do you know the difference between Mistsplitter and all the other 5 stars? I went on Google and I found like the Kaching mains, like it was like a Google sheet that they shared for everybody, and according to their calcs, it seemed they're like depending on the build and the team, the difference was different. What a sentence, right? The difference was different. But yeah, it seems like, okay, so right now I have Ayato's sword on my Ayaka, and apparently, oh man, I don't remember what teams and builds it was, but in one of the biggest the biggest difference was like 5 to 7% ish, and then the smallest difference was like 1%. And so my Ayaka now has crit ratios and crit and attack ratios that I'm very happy of already, but on a crit rate weapon, which means if I get Mistsplitter, I'm gonna have to swap to a crit rate circlet. But the best crit rate circlet I have, which will still get me less crit rate than I currently have now. I'll be losing like 8% crit rate, and I'll also be losing let me see, how much was it? It was like 6% crit damage. Not a lot, but you know, I'm losing crit rate and crit damage, but I'm gaining the Mistsplitter buff. But then again, I already have, because I'm on Ayato's sword, Ayato's and Ayaka's sword both have the 12% elemental thing. So the only difference is just like the 3-stack passive. That's really the only difference, and I guess the higher base attack. But because it has a higher base attack, it also has a low crit damage bonus, which means I get more crit damage from a crit damage circlet than I do Mistsplitter. But because this is a mid base attack weapon, I get more crit rate from this. Basically, I get more crit value from this weapon because it's a lower base attack weapon. So I don't know. I feel like it's not worth it, right? Yeah, because like I would go. I remember doing just some basic math, just to see how, what my crit ratio would be afterwards, and it was something like 68 to 24 or something. More than worth it.
A blade embraces its duty.
I mean, but I here's the thing too is I'm not on 4 Blizzard, and I don't plan on strongboxing or farming for 4 Blizzard at all. So if I go down to 68% crit rate with cryo resonance, I would be at 83%, which is still pretty good, right? Like, but now with cryo resonance, I would be at like 91% crit rate. I guess the other thing too that the other thing like that I know I can just maybe learn out of habit is I remember one of the conditions for Mistsplitter, like to get the full 3 stacks, was you had to do a normal attack to get the first stack, and if you didn't do a normal attack, you would only have the second and third stack. And I don't know if I would. I don't know if I have the skill to remember to do a normal attack before I do my burst, to get all 3 stacks. So that was the other problem that I had. Hi, hey, what's up, Rabu? Yo, late Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, man. How you doing? Just a little floating dead leaf. I'm not happy. Oh, what's wrong, Happy? No, don't do that right before the New Year, man. I mean, I know that a lot of you probably don't celebrate Christmas and or the New Year, but what happened? Unreal scammed my Mistsplitter. Scammed? What? What happened? Merry Christmas to you too. Hey. So, how was your Christmas, Rabu? Do you celebrate Christmas at all? Oh, come on. What did I do? Oh, I clicked the thing, the scroll bar here. Mine was boring. Hey, boring means nothing bad happened. I mean, like, boring means nothing fun happened. Sure, you could, look at it that way. But boring could also be seen as nothing bad happened. So, I mean, that counts for something, right? I mean, well, when you say boring, if you're not being sarcastic or anything, then at least it's got to be at least better than mine, right? Like, so it was mine. My Christmas was gonna be maybe not the best Christmas ever, right? But we had a plan. Right, me and my wife, we're sort of like rotating between where we celebrate Christmas and the New Year at. So between our house here, where I am, my parents' house, and her parents' house. And last year, we celebrated Christmas and the New Year here, our house, and then the year before that at her parents' house, and then this year was going to be at my parents' house. And we had a plan. We were gonna go there on the 24th. My wife was gonna do some of the cooking, especially the cooking that needed the oven, because my parents don't have an oven at their house. And okay, well, none of that happened, because on the 23rd, very morning of the 23rd, for some reason, I have no idea what happened to him. My son, like, all of a sudden had this red, like, bump on his head, and then said it hurt a lot, and like was complaining about a really bad headache, and like he looked like he was he was having the worst headache I've ever seen him have, because like I've seen him have headaches before, but he didn't react that way, and he was getting pale, and he was starting to get nauseous, and looked like he was about to fall over. So my wife I was getting ready for work, and my wife just panicked, took him to the hospital. All right, and here's the thing, right? I'm poor, right? Like, I'm dirt poor. Well, maybe not dirt poor. I have a computer, I have internet at home, and I can pay for rent and electricity. Maybe not dirt poor, but other than like paying bills and stuff, I'm essentially dirt poor. I'm literally using my brother's 6-year-old smartphone that he doesn't use anymore. Because I broke my, I'm clumsy, and I broke mine. The last smartphone that I owned was also from 6 years ago, which was bought exactly at the same time as this phone that I'm using right now. My dad bought us these two phones. Our dad bought us these two phones at the same time, and I picked my brother's phone, and I picked my phone. And other than that, I have this newer phone from 2 years ago, which came free when I bought a laptop. But it's not exactly top of the line. I looked up what kind of phone it was. I don't remember the model number, and apparently it's a $100 smartphone. $100, right? I mean, like, I don't know what kind of performance you can expect from $100 smartphone. Oh yeah, that's right. I got this earlier. Yo, Happy New Year from Genshin. This is how this is how Genshin tells you Happy New Year and a Merry Christmas. But yeah. So anyway, my wife took our son to the hospital while I went to work. And okay, like I said, I'm poor, right? So I can't exactly afford any sort of excess, or at least not too much. And oh boy, well, that's also going on YouTube. I've been posting artifacts like these that I get for the last few weeks, and boy, are they disappointing. I mean, I don't know if you guys know Vars, but Vars, he hasn't posted any good artifacts in a long time. But there was a point in time where he was posting like good artifacts that he was getting. Me, I don't really ever get good artifacts, so, well. Wait, what? Oh no, wait. No, I was literally about to upload the same thing that I screenshotted a while ago. Okay, hang on. I didn't save it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, so, alright. Wife takes our son to the hospital. Now, the doctor said, well, it's in the head. So, I would highly recommend that we do a CT scan to make sure there aren't any tumors or whatever. And, okay. My wife said, well, my wife panicking, said okay, especially because our son has a history of life-threatening cysts, right? He's had one, but it was like actually life-threatening. But that's all been resolved for like several years now. Where was that? I posted it by accident without putting a caption, and I was trying to edit it, and nothing happened. Okay, here it is. All right, there it is. Hang on. All right. So, okay. The thing is, okay, I'm Filipino, right? I live in the Philippines, and I'm earning a quote-unquote Filipino income. All right, I'm not earning like, minimum wage in America, like $6 an hour. No, that's very different here in the Philippines. Over here, minimum wage, in my city at least, not a very big city, but also not a small city, is more like $8 a day. When I say a day, that's like a full 8-hour working day. $8, right? So essentially 10 cents. No, my math stupid. $1 an hour. Yeah, there you go. Right, essentially $1 an hour, like US dollar, and so. But I'm not earning minimum wage. I'm earning just a little bit over minimum wage. And everybody here in the Philippines has sort of this like universal insurance that sort of everybody pays for. Well, almost everybody. It's very cheap, and it's really good value, honestly, right? Especially for just basic hospitalization and stuff. In most cases, especially like if you didn't have any special like laboratory tests or very unique medicine that isn't covered by it, then in most cases just basic hospitalization like fevers, colds, etc., then in most situations you aren't gonna have to pay a single dime, especially if you don't, as long as you don't take like a private room. And Philippines is a pretty good place. I mean, honestly, there are quite a few good things about the Philippines, but there are also a lot of bad things about it. I mean, like, there's no such thing as a perfect country, right? Is there? Canada? Switzerland? Norway? Well, I mean, they're not perfect either, but certainly not among the rest of us in terms of like quality of life. So okay, wife gets the CT scan, nothing comes up, and okay, I'm happy about that. But now CT scan is not covered by this like universal insurance, and so now the problem. Okay, here's the thing too. Very happy, by the way, because of the recent major political party change in my city, and not just my city, but like in my region, the region that I live in, is there's this. They're providing, and not just because of them. It's also because of them, and also because of the major like political changes that have happened since our previous president, and because of our previous president and our current reigning, I guess, political party in the city and in the region that I live in, they have been providing this sort of basically free. They label it as a free hospitalization for they say everybody, but honestly, I don't think they cover everybody, because they really mostly cover people that they are very sure have only voted for them. And I mean, like, it's right. I get it. An eye for an eye, right? An eye for an eye. you know, it's fair trade. Fair trade. Now, Canada's far from perfect. I'm okay. All right. I mean, like I hear Linus and Luke on the WAN show complain a lot about Canada, and like sometimes they do explain some stuff about it, and yeah, I get it. Canada is certainly far from perfect, but at the very least, you have very cheap electricity compared to, well, where I am.
Next on the
Your
agenda.
healthcare is decent, right? Like I would say it's probably not as good as like America's, but it's also far from as expensive as America's healthcare. Like America's healthcare is like it's good, yeah, but it's also stupidly expensive. Trying Japan. Oh, Japan. Okay. Honestly, I don't think I know enough about Japan to comment much on Japan. All I know about Japan is that the people there are, like, in general, like, really respectful and just really diligent. I think that's sort of my stereotype of Japan and its people. So yeah. We tried to avail of this like free hospitalization thing, and okay, well, yes, we did qualify for it because, well, we didn't really vote for anybody else because we do believe in the current regime, and they've been doing things. Well, they've done a few things that aren't as good, but for the most part, they've done really well. The economy's doing pretty well. It's been quite difficult for businesses recently, I think, but especially really small businesses. But overall, some of the moderate-sized to large businesses have been doing really well, and I think that's good because before them, the previous political institution that was in charge of this place.
We're way behind schedule.
They were sort of crime lords. So, basically, most of the big businesses weren't really paying taxes to the government. They were paying, like, protection money, if that makes sense. And so that, yeah, the city just didn't have a lot of taxes, which means there just wasn't that much money to use on like projects and stuff, like roads, funding the firefighters, right? Like firefighters, typically that's like funded by the government, right? But in my city, no, like most of the firefighters they're like volunteered, and I actually recently learned this from my wife. So apparently most of the firefighters in the city are made up of volunteers from some of the largest businesses in the city. And so, question, why is that? Because just like any large corporation all over the world, if you have a non-profit organization, it's a place for you to tuck your cash away without fear of being taxed because it's non-profit. So, yeah. And I mean, it's not completely one-sided because here's the thing. I saw there was a fire this one time, and me and the family we were at McDonald's, and we were sitting by the window on the second floor, and we noticed there was smoke in one direction, and there were a bunch of fire trucks just coming back and forth, and one stopped by a fire hydrant right across the street from where the McDonald's was, and my wife recognized the guy that was like operating the thing. It was apparently the owner that she used to work for, the owner of one of the bigger businesses in the city. And they're like, right? It's not like all completely one-sided because they do actually like do the work. They don't just sit back and kick their feet off. Sorry, kick their feet off. Kick their feet up. Many with cancer die without seeing the correct doctor. You mean in Canada? Takes a year to get even a basic appointment with specialist booked. Oh man, okay. It sounds like it doesn't sound like bad healthcare. It just sounds like you don't have enough doctors. It's yeah, I mean like if that's the case, right? Like appointment lists are so long that it takes people a year to get the right specialists. It just sounds like that you don't have enough doctors. And I know that's, yes, you could say it's bad healthcare because healthcare in general, like as a topic, isn't just, you know, doctors are not very smart or you don't have good equipment or whatever. It also includes like the overall infrastructure, right? Like for example, the incentive infrastructure, like are doctors earning enough in your country for them to be incentivized to stay there rather than go abroad. I go. See you later. Oh, all right. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit, Rabu. Yeah, Happy New Year, man. Take care. All I know is that they're really healthy. I think another one of that is not just in Japan. I think it's Asians in general. I mean, like I know the Philippines is in Asia, but when I say, I don't know if it's just me, by the way. I think I'm pretty sure it's a lot of people. When they say Asians, they're referring to Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese in general, right? Like I'm pretty sure I'm not alone here. All right. Well, I might as well play Abyss while I'm rambling, you know, just so there will be something happening on the screen. So I think it's mostly their like traditional food and what the type of traditional food that they have. And when I say traditional food, I'm not talking about traditional food just for special occasions and holidays, right? I'm also talking about like the type of food that the people there are like used to eating and the type of cooking that type of food is generally, you know, the way it's cooked. Like for example, in China, they seem to have quite a lot of boiled and steamed local delicacies. And when I say local delicacies, these are not special foods that that are expensive and you can only eat them on special holidays, etc. These are foods that are easily available to them as McDonald's is to everybody else. And in fact, it seems, at least, you know, because, and I know this because I have never been to China before, but I tutor English online, and most of my students are from China, and I almost never hear them mention going to KFC or McDonald's or Wendy's or whatever, right? And a lot of these American fast food chains are in China, but they just don't seem to be as popular as just local food over there. A lot of their local foods seem to be either steamed or boiled, like foods that they call zongzi or baozi. Honestly, I'm still kind of confused about like how to translate some of them, because baozi, if you translate it literally, it translates to bun, but if I switch the words from English and Chinese in Google Translate, I would have to type something. I would have to type extra words in English to get the translation for baozi, which I would have, instead of just typing bun, I would have to translate. I would have to type in English steamed stuffed bun. And honestly, I'm really, you know, I've just been calling them their Chinese names. And a lot of them are steamed or stuffed. Some of them, yeah, actually, no. I don't think, I've never heard of them talk about like local Chinese food that's like fried. Except for the types of foods that just seem to need to be fried. But yeah, most of it is generally steamed or boiled. What team was I using? Or I think Oh, that sketchy team that I was talking about. Oh, okay. What was it? It was this. And oh, no. And I think this. All right, this was the sketchy team that I was talking about. Them in Vietnam, their local food industry is so healthy, and the selection is vast for a cheap price. That some fast foods can't compare, right? Like especially because fast foods are, like a lot of their stuff it has to be imported, right? Especially in countries where the ingredients aren't as readily available or aren't as like for example in the Philippines, fried foods are very common, which means meat and like all the other stuff that you need to make fried food is just like everywhere, right? So it's really easy to source stuff locally. The stuff that, let's say, McDonald's, the franchise, would say, okay, this seems to be okay. This seems to be good enough quality. You can source it locally. You don't have to buy straight from the U.S., right? And in like you said, Vietnam and in China, and I think probably in Korea and Japan as well. Yeah, some of these okay, I don't remember that. Some of these fast food chains, because they can't go as cheap as local stores or local food, they have to they just seem to be like, at least price wise, they're more like the type of place that you would go to on a special occasion, rather than like in America they go to these places for like a quick way to get a meal. And in the Philippines that is also a similar situation, but it depends on your like financial like what part of the financial bracket you're living in, and also depends on like where you live, if it's just more convenient for you to go fast food versus local food. And and that plus the fact that even though these fast food chains can go pretty cheap here in the Philippines, like they can lower down their prices because probably a lot of the ingredients that they need are easily sourceable in local from local suppliers. Oh no, why did I yep, that was not great. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, oh, that's swirled electro, I think.
Torn to oblivion.
Yeah, anyway, wow, I went on like the longest tangent I might have ever gone. So, going back to my Christmas this year.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape.
So okay, because it was Christmas, the office for who was in charge of who was going to handle the free hospitalization thing, they were closed until the 27th. So we couldn't avail of like the free hospitalization thing until the 27th. So it got kind of complicated, to be honest. So my wife's mom knew somebody from the government in their city who could help us to make it so that we didn't have to wait all the way for the 27th, but then because, you know, everybody was on their day off, they weren't easily available to contact. They weren't easily available to contact, so coordination got a bit difficult. And what ended up happening was we ended up being able to go home on the 26th, but we had to pay an excess of, I think it was $30. Yeah, $30. We could have completely waived that to 0, but we would have had to bother those same people that already helped us out all over again, and we just didn't want to do that anymore. So, I mean, you know, $30 is not a lot of money, right? But to me, it is.
Let me leave you alone.
To me, it is a lot of money.
Busted.
And it was money that I wouldn't have had to spend, but I also didn't want to have to bother other people all over again. People that have already been nice enough to help us even on their day off. So I was kind of okay with it.
Witness the power of the one. Quietly now. Game's up. Rain.
Oh, I forgot this guy is cryo, so I'm gonna have to deal with you. So yeah, we ended up being able to go home only one day earlier than we would have been able to.
Solidify.
Let me leave you a verse.
And ended up having to pay $30 instead of the 0.
Rain outlines your fate.
Oh, I don't wanna.
Witness the power.
Man, looks like I'm gonna have to go one more rotation on this.
Know my sword.
Okay, but yeah, that was our Christmas. Essentially, we spent Christmas in the hospital, and it wasn't okay because it was a ward. It was the ward. It wasn't a private room. Ward. Oh man, I did it again. Can I get electro on you somehow? Dendro. Naida applies too much dendro. I can't put electro on the thing at all. Oh, there. I somehow put it on.
Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home. You play. You're up. Born to oblivion.
Okay, at least I still had a bit of VV there.
There is no escape.
One. You were not getting electro on this guy again. Oh, stop.
Time to go.
Oh, apparently.
Sharing my knowledge. Stay put. Now you shall perish.
So apparently the cast E applies more electro than just the procs.
Shine down. One with nature. Committed to memory.
Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Oh, or was it just because like my Dendro application just weakened at the exact time? I'm not sure. Okay, what is? Oh yes, I gotta run this way.
Gather.
Okay, jump over there. Thank you.
Things are about to get dicey. Rain outlines your fate.
Oops, wrong character.
Order guide you.
Stop. Oh, he got it.
Let me leave you a verse. Quietly now. Game's up. Time to act.
Good. You can walk over here, please. Other pyro dude.
Rain cutter. Busted. Here comes the catch. Rain outlines your fate.
Gather! I will have order!
Let me lead you a verse. Quietly now. Game's up. Coin's over.
Thoughts on the sniper minigame? Oh, I actually just shared my thoughts. Well, very quick thoughts on it earlier. I was comparing it to the other unique non-Genshin types of gameplay that we've gotten in the last long while of Genshin. Right, and like for example, the whole like Pokemon thing that we've gotten. Oh well, okay. All right, like for example, yeah, the whole like the bongo head Pokemon trainer RTS Genshin, right? There was that. It kind of makes me think that okay, and that I also talked about TCG, turn-based combat-ish mathematically computed gameplay, right? TCG, Honkai Star Rail. They made an entirely different game, very similar to it. Only difference is the animations are different, and you don't have to pull characters in TCG the way that you do in Star Rail, because Star Rail is its own complete game, whereas TCG is inside Genshin. Kind of makes me think that they might, if they aren't already, then they might consider at some point, they might consider creating their own dedicated RTS based on that gameplay. And okay, not only RTS, but there's also the Theater Mechanicus, which is tower defense, right? Tower defense. And other than that, there's also now okay, so what else was there? So there's the theater mechanicus, like tower defense stuff, bongo head, mushroom, Pokemon trainer slash RTS, and I feel like I'm forgetting something. Obviously, turn-based TCG, and now sniper game, right? FPS. I mean, Hoyo now has the cash to, try to make, if not some of them, then all of them, all of those ideas possible, right? Make like a Hoyoverse FPS. Make a Hoyoverse RTS. Make a Hoyoverse. What was the other genre that I was talking about? Yeah, I guess really only those two for now. Right, sniper minigame, not bad. It was fun, honestly. It was like if somebody took an FPS title, because I do think FPSs are fun. The only part about it that I don't find fun are the competitive part. Just the fact that I just suck at video games, and I'm competitive, but I suck at video games, and I hate that. I hate that I suck at video games, but at the same time I don't like losing. So that's why I don't play competitive games at all. And but the sniper minigame was single player, so I liked it. I got to play FPS again without the anxiety of losing, or the anxiety and frustration of losing.
Stabilize. Let me try.
Ring cutter. Busted. You deserve not to get dicey. No, my sword. Rain outlines your.
Oh, you're still alive.
This is order.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. No, my sword.
Wow, that was really good positioning, actually. Okay, I need your friend to walk over this way for a little bit. Oh, thank you very much.
Quietly now. You deserve not to get. Rain outlines your fate. No, my sword.
I will have order.
Ring cutter. Busted. Game's up. One's over.
Anyway, hey, what about you, Spartan? Do you like shooters?
Quietly now.
Illusion shattered.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my.
This makes me share my knowledge. You play. You're up. Now you shall perish. Shine down into the wind.
Oh man, I didn't swirl electro.
The Temple of Wisdom. Don't be scared. Torn to oblivion.
Oh god.
There is no escape.
Okay. Oh, I have electro. Nice.
Adorn my nut.
Share my knowledge. Don't get you away.
Oh well, Raiden's dead. Didn't even realize. Well, and this is why I call this team sketch, because like I'm really reliant on doing electro damage, but I'm not very. It's not very easy to get electro swirl to get DV. We're still alive, okay. Oh, come on. Well, there she goes.
Solidified.
Quietly now. Game's up. One's over. No, my sword.
Oh. Okay. You bend that way. And then you tell your friend to come over here. Alright, good.
Ring cutter. Busted. Here comes the catch. Body and mind. This isn't good. That's over.
Order guide. Solidified.
Yeah, let me lead you away. Gotcha. Game's up. One's over. Rain outlines your fate. Time to act. Busted.
Illusion shattered.
One with nature. One with wind and cloud.
The Temple of Wisdom. Committed to memory. Stay put.
There's the guy. There's the guy.
Inazuma shines
He's gonna attack me cryo now. Alright.
Shine down.
Is Raiden dead? No, she's not dead. Oh, did I swirl Electro? Oh, awesome.
Make yourselves at home.
Okay, gonna have to burst and Yao here.
Horn to oblivion.
Oh,
The
God.
mortal plane.
Okay, I just don't know this guy's attack pattern. I just see them turning around and like I'm just dead. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, alright.
Gotcha. You deserve about to get dicey. No, my sword. Fire, fire, hands on fire.
Okay. That was good. Oh, this is not so good. I ran out of Hu Tao steam. Do you have fireworks for New Year? No, we didn't buy any. I mean, I haven't been buying any fireworks or firecrackers for New Year for quite some time. Like, you know, Philippine income, right? And the thing is, you can only make something so cheap, right? But then you can't, you know, like, okay. But by that I mean you can only reduce the price of a certain good so much, but you can't reduce it enough to make the price fit all economies. And by that I mean, like, for example, like the
Let me read you a verse. Busted.
ingredients that you need to... No, why did I eat on that guy?
Quiet now. Ring cutter. You deserve about to get dicey. No, my sword.
Order guide. Solidify.
Alright, this is definitely one of my slower ones. Yeah, we haven't done that in a while. Like, okay. Here's a comparison, right? So, minimum income, my city. How much did I say? Like, $8 a day. And so, not even a fireworks, right? Not even a firework, not a firecracker. You know, just a fountain that will like throw sparks a bit, like, I don't know, maybe 8 feet in the air, right? Yeah, a little fountain that'll throw sparks 8 feet in the air. You just put it on the ground, you light it, and then it'll throw sparks for like 5 seconds. And that, like a small one today, is probably easily 1 day's worth of work. Like $8, $8 to $10.
There are leaves.
A small one.
And
You want a big one? It's gonna be like a day and a half's worth of work. And your $8 a day, you gotta take away taxes for that. You gotta take away like deductions for like the universal healthcare thing that we have here, like I said, and other benefits too, like housing benefits, etc. And a few other deductions depending on you know who you work for, right? And so yeah, that's the disadvantage of, I guess, low income countries, is certain goods can only be so cheap, but yeah, certain goods can only be so cheap, but oh man, this guy just relentless. Yeah, certainly certain good, like the price floor of certain goods, no, of most goods, can only go like a certain level, but then the income of a low income country can go much lower than that. I think okay, yeah, I'm really struggling like how to explain this, but I think that's like the best way I could put it.
No, my sword!
Oh no, you're still alive.
Ring cutter! Gotcha! Here comes the catch! Rain outlines your face!
I used to struggle so much against these guys. That was especially back then, before I had Zhongli.
Solidify!
Let me leave you alone. Things are about to get dicey. Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
I will have order.
Rain cutter. Busted. Here comes the catch.
No wonder
Rain outlines your
my
fate.
mom been complaining one day in the Philippines cost her 20k. Sorry, what? One day in the Philippines cost her 20k. One day of doing what? Like on vacation? Spending stuff. Oh, okay. I'm assuming she's like on vacation or something. Either that or she's like in the process of like moving into a new house, because like I can't see a normal Philippine resident spending 20,000 Philippine pesos in one day, unless if like they're buying, like if they're going shopping. Because okay, if you think about it, 20,000 pesos is 400-ish US dollars, right? And okay, that's not a small amount of money even in the US, right? That's a significant amount of money even in the US. But it's not, it's not like a life-changing amount of money. But in the Philippines, that is a life-changing amount of money.
There is no escape.
That like $400 is more than way more than a month's salary for a minimum wage worker.
Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered. One with nature.
One with wind and cloud.
Oh god, okay, I gotta keep Kazuha alive. Alright, let's heal everybody up.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
Clouds high. The birds fall into the wind.
Let's play Trailer. Temple of Wisdom. You play, yeah? Inazuma shines eternal.
Oh wow, can't believe it. I think I'm actually gonna pull this off.
Illusion shattered.
Nice. Basically, they took a month vacation in the Philippines since it's been like 7 to 8 years. 7 to 8 years. They haven't been there. Okay, so yeah. 20k sounds like a reasonable amount to spend on a vacation in one day in the Philippines. But that is also not an average Filipino vacation. That is like not like maybe not a, I would say like a really rich person vacation in the Philippines, but more like a middle class to, yeah, middle class to upper class income kind of family income in one day. And so while depending on how much you're earning, right? Like 20k pesos, Philippine pesos is in the US, $400 in one day on a vacation. That is not a lot of money on a vacation, right? Like imagine probably just your cruise line tickets cost more than $400, right? So that's just one purchase. But yeah, in the Philippines, that $400 is gonna go a long way. They took a month vacation, Philippines. Oh, okay. Told her next time you visit, only take a week or just enough for your money. So overall, I think they spend like half. Half. That's like that's like $10,000. Okay, $10,000 in a month. Let me see.
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot
On
left to do.
So if it's like just normal, like daily, like day-to-day spending, like, you know, sorry, day-to-day like lifestyle, $500,000, like $10,000 in a month sounds like that would be like rich lifestyle. But if because you're on vacation, you're like splurging because you want to enjoy, you're traveling here and there, you're paying for basically everything, and you're paying for a hotel the whole time. So yeah, that's like middle class to upper class family kind of spending on a vacation. But yeah, a lot of relatives to fees too. Oh no, okay, that's I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with that. That is like one of the loveliest things you can do as a Filipino, especially like if you work abroad or if you work away from your family and you finally come home to visit. One of the loveliest things you could do as a Filipino is to take your entire family out, everybody who lives in the same household as you, or anybody who lives, any family member who lives nearby.
It's so nice to
You call them, say, hey, I'm around, let's go have dinner. That dinner is easily gonna cost you $100 or $200, depending on how big your family is. Yeah. But, you know, it's a Filipino thing. It's a very Filipino thing. For you to come home from abroad or come home from wherever faraway place that you're working away from your family, and just to treat your entire family out. The whole barangay. In some cases, it maybe, you know, maybe not the whole barangay, but in some cases it can get pretty close. Here, an example of that is my wife's family. My wife's dad's family. They're I don't know. So some of you guys might not believe me when I say this, but my wife's dad had 17 other siblings. Yeah. 17. My wife's dad had 17 siblings. And most of them, no, it's like really only the one of them also had, I think, like 13 children, I think. And whilst like quite a lot of them really only had 2, 3, or 4 children each, and then my wife's dad only had 2 children, my wife and her brother. So they kind of, I wouldn't say filled up a whole barangay full of their family members, but it's not too far off. It's not that far off. Yeah, an example of this is like, okay, during their like family reunions.
This early?
They,
There's still a lot left to do.
I guess they schedule to be able to use like the covered court near the Barangay Hall. Barangay Hall is sort of like a mini, more like a town hall. You know, if you were in America, usually has like a basketball court next to it or attached to it. They schedule to borrow that for a day, and it's like filled. It always looks like a Christmas party, you know, with you and all your classmates. There's like 50 to 80 people there most of the time, with my wife's dad's siblings, and some of his siblings are gone already. They're like quite old. And their children, and yeah, and their cousins' children sometimes. Yeah, they have a huge family. It's nuts.
Next on the agenda.
In some cases in the Philippines, yeah, it really is kind of like that, and it is unfortunate, but it really does happen sometimes. Like the term crab mentality is quite a common thing here in the Philippines. Oh, hello, Yori.
Huh, it's you. Is there something I can help you with? Interested in our couture services?
My grandfather is like that.
Just give
You mean
me the
like crab
word.
mentality, or
Thanks
like
to
my
you,
wife's
we were
mom?
also
Sorry,
able
my
to
wife's
premiere
dad.
the film in time. Its success has increased the reach of my brand.
Lots of sons and daughters. Oh, okay.
There's
Yeah,
no
it was
need to
just
be
a
humble. You helped
thing
Xavier
back
and
then, right? In
Chevreuse.
their
And
generation.
even Kirara's told me many good things about you. You've done far more than what you give yourself credit for. I am merely a fashion designer. I
I'm
don't
just
have
lucky
anything
enough
else
that my father worked hard.
But when you run a
I-
business, it's inevitable that as
it's
you make more friends,
honestly
you'll
kind of
also encounter all
surprising
sorts of thorny
how
issues.
it's possible
You scratch my
that
back, I'll scratch yours.
back then
It's just
people
the
were
common
able to
sense of
have,
business.
like, despite how poor people were back then, they were able to have so many children and yet not starve. I mean, like, they were, you know, a lot of them were probably on the brink of starvation, but and
Xavier's over the moon
when
now
somebody
that he's
gets sick,
actually
it
won
was
the
like
Furina
close to
award.
impossible to
Maybe I'll actually
take them
find
to
him
the
in the
hospital.
fountain the next time I see him. The demand for couture at my boutique
But
has also
somehow a lot of them
increased.
survived.
So much so that I don't have enough
And
staff to handle
because
it. Looks like I'm one step
in
closer
a lot
to
of
achieving
cases,
my
because
dream.
they had such a hard life, they didn't
Anyway,
want
you will
that
always
life
be
for their
welcome at
families.
Chioria Boutique.
So a lot of them
I would
in
love
their
to see you both
generation
again
worked
at the
really
upcoming
hard to
Fontaine
get out of
Fashion
that.
Week as well.
And yeah, in your case, that would be your dad, probably your mom too.
Okay. See you
And
around.
in my case, that would be both my parents too. My dad, I think, is a bit luckier, I would say, than my mom, because my dad actually got to do a job that he honestly seemed like he was having a lot of fun, because he honestly seemed kind of depressed when he was sort of forced to retire because of an injury. What's up? Hey, what's up, Shy Knight? How you doing, man?
Lady Furina, please allow me to take just one more photo of you. I would also love to get your autograph.
Yo, late Merry
Just
Christmas,
as a
Shy
memento
Knight,
of
and
our-
Happy New Year, man.
Lady
This is probably
Furina,
gonna be
you are
the last
best director I've
stream that
ever
I do
met.
for
The
2023,
most
so I'm making
photogenic
sure to greet
lady in
everybody when
all
they
of
come in.
Fontaine. This kind of lively and celebratory setting. Come,
Yeah,
the
like my
brightest
dad
star
honestly
of our
seemed really
land.
bummed out
Show us
when he
your
was
light.
forced to retire,
The
because
camera
like
is
he
waiting
seemed
to
like he
sing
was really
praises of
enjoying the
your
type of work that he was
beauty.
doing.
Well, I'm flat. All right. But I don't have to hold the trophy.
Wait,
Thank
what was
you
that
so
pose she was about to do? Can we see that again?
Lady Furina,
Hey,
but come, the bright.
well, I'm... All right. I'll humor you and try a few more
Oh, okay,
different
it's just her
poses.
idol animation.
But I don't have to hold the trophy, right?
My
course.
mom though just
Thank you
kind of
so
seemed grumpy, like the most of the time. So I really kind of think that, you know, that really kind of makes me think that she wasn't doing her job because she enjoyed it. She was doing it because it was what was easily achievable for the amount of resources and level of education that she achieved. Either that or she's just grumpy. Yeah, that's sort of the vibe that I get from my mom. Where are the other NPCs? I feel like I remember seeing Yoimiya and Ayaka somewhere, but I don't remember where. Oh, they're right there. Okay, Ayaka though. Where would Ayaka be?
Miss Yoimiya, we haven't had the chance to talk, but please accept my thanks for everything you've done over the past few days.
Oh, but I feel like I didn't do anything out of the ordinary.
I'm very grateful for your assistance during that special performance in the warehouse. It was always going to be somewhat risky, to engage and draw away Morris all on your own. You're only a civilian and have never been trained to act in such a...
Don't say it like that. As the director's assistant, it was my duty to help out the crew however I could. It was an honor to help you solve the case. I have to admit, though, my heart was thumping super hard the entire time I was laying on the ground. I was scared that everyone would notice.
You did great.
Oh, and before I forget, if you ever visit Inazuma, please come and pay a visit to Naganohara Fireworks. I'll make some fireworks for you. I even know what shape I'd make.
I'm guessing a musket.
Telling you now would ruin the surprise. If you really want to see it, just come and visit me.
All right, I'm in this exchange of dialogue between these two. I can really like compare and contrast the type of voices that they have to do. The different voice actors have to do for the two different, very different personalities. And I know that like, as a voice actress, Chevreuse's voice actress also has to take into account what her personality is, etc. But she doesn't seem to have like as much. She doesn't need to. She doesn't seem like the way that she speaks seems to be very like because it's a calm and like relaxed way of speaking. It's you sort of just have to speak calmly, which I think is easier to do, at least to me. It might be harder for other people to do that, especially if they're naturally perky and happy. It might be harder for them to speak more calmly and more meh, right? Whereas in Yoimiya's voice actress's case, she seems to have to speak with that energy and that like extra step in every line to project the character. And we have how many characters now in the game? More than 50, I guess. 10, 15. Okay, 15. So 75? So we now have 75 characters in the game. Wow. If you took all the voice actors and actresses for all the Genshin characters, not including NPCs, just the playable characters, that's like a pretty big team of people already. I hope Loud Retainer is the last tall girl they're gonna release so I can save Primos again. Alright. I guess you have a thing for tall women, huh? I mean, like, maybe not, you know, I don't know if you're into them because they're tall, but probably most likely because of the, like, the mature look, I guess. Oh, I didn't even realize it's almost 4 in the morning here.
We're way behind schedule.
How long have I been going? Wow, that is did not realize I've been going for that long. Honestly, I really was thinking more like a 2-ish hour stream. Somehow I got to 5 hours and well, here we are. Yeah, anyway. I have all of them, by the way. Oh my god. Okay, well, hey, I can't blame you, man. Everybody has their preferences. Hey, what's up, Kane? Yo, late Merry Christmas, man, and a Happy New Year to you. This is the last stream, well, my last stream of 2023, so I'm gonna make sure to greet everybody. Yeah, yeah, anyway, I'm sorry to break it to you, man. Like, you kind of came in at, well, wouldn't say a bad time, but not a very early time, yeah. Yeah, I was literally right about to end stream. Surprisingly, I haven't touched the double gems on the shop yet. Double gems? Oh, you mean the thing? Like this thing? Oh yeah, like me, I'm sort of anxious about like missing those. So every time like the shop refresh is like between 5 to 8 days. Like whenever I notice it is between like 5 to 8 days, I'll be checking it almost every day. Just, you know, just to make sure that as soon as it refreshes, I immediately get it so that I don't forget.
Error.
You too, man. What's your plan on the New Year's? I don't know. Just gonna go to my. We're gonna celebrate New Year's, New Year at my parents' house this year, because last year we celebrated it here in my house, and the year before that, we celebrated it at my wife's parents' house. So this year we're gonna do it at my parents' house. Nothing much really. Just gonna prepare some food. We don't even have any firecrackers or any fireworks or anything. We're probably just gonna light some candles, blow some horns, play some loud music, maybe do a bit of singing, some karaoke, do a bunch of eating. Pretty sure that's gonna happen too. New update, Archon Quest still, Archon Quest any good, by the way? Haven't played. New update, 4.3, no, there's no Archon Quest in 4.3, Kane. Yeah, no, there's no Archon Quest in 4.3. There's the only quests we get in 4.3 are the, I wonder where we can find them. Ah, yes, here they are. Navia, story quest. And there was this one quest that you could take from the reputation NPC in Fontaine, but I think you could only get that quest if you've finished the previous quest. It was like it was a Steambird ish 2-day world quest. I don't remember what it was called. But once you do that world quest, you could do the 4.3 world quest that you can get from here. And apparently it spans across multiple days, because I haven't done it on this account yet, but I've done it on my second and third accounts. And my third account, I believe, no, my second account is on, no, yeah, my third account is on the third day of the quest. I don't know if there's any more after that. I'll have to check tomorrow. But yeah, apparently it's a multi-day world quest. But other than that, no Archon quests, no big world quests, and no, yeah. Really only, I guess, well, you know,
it's so nice.
I'm happy they gave us this stuff. Okay, here's, right, new filter with like interface stuff. Right, and like, look at this. Oh, hang on. You can now set 3 stats in here. Crit rate, okay, crit damage. I want a crit rate circlet with crit damage and energy recharge. Boom. I can pick 3 stuff now, 3 stats. Isn't that great? I have no idea why it took them 3 years to implement that, but they finally did. And I'm so happy. And okay, alright, let me see. Can I find something to upgrade so I could show you? Okay, let's check the... Oh, okay, there's one. Alright, look at this, look at this. Alright, look at that. I just click once. No pop-up windows. Super fast animation. Right? Right, really fast animation. I didn't even have to get the pop-up thing that I would have to click OK on or press escape for. Right? it's so good. I know. Everybody was so happy about it. Honestly, I think it's worth it that they didn't give us a new region. It's worth it they didn't give us a new Art Conquest in 4.3. If their developers spent time working on this, I'm happy. I don't mind waiting another patch for more stuff to do in the game. Because rather than giving me something that I will have to use my time for, instead what they did this time was they did something to save me time for the rest of until the day I stop playing Genshin. Right? Isn't that great? That'll save so much time. I know. I don't have to do the whole like. I don't know if you noticed me do like a whole like weird animation cancel thing by doing this. Every time I click enhance, I immediately like whoop, whoop, and then animation cancel the upgrade. I don't have to do it anymore because there's, you know, I don't like the animation is so much faster now. It's awesome. What else was there? I feel like there was something else that I'm forgetting. Sacrifice story for big quality of life update. Worth it. That's big. Wait, Luap, you haven't played yet? Really? Now they need a skip button for dialogue. Alright, I don't think they will do that just yet. No, I don't think they will do that. Because Hoyo, like, you know, look at all their games. All their games are like 80, like maybe not 80, more like 65% story and then 35% gameplay. No, not 35%. 25, no. 15% gameplay. And then 30% events. Events and mini games. Right, so I don't think they will let people skip what they seem to. I don't know if it's just their like artistic vision for the types of games that they prefer to make, or if it's they're doing it because this is their target demographic of types of players, or if it's like purely a math thing, you know, because dialogues, not being able to skip dialogue is like a quick and easy way to get players to spend more time in your game and interacting in the game, right? Because they're literally clicking and pressing space and clicking on like dialogue options over here to progress the dialogue. So there's a lot more interaction in the game. There's a lot more and they spend a lot more time. And plus the fact that because it's a quest, you can decide how quickly people can skip the dialogue or how slowly the pacing of the dialogue is if that player doesn't skip any of the dialogue. So you can easily decide how long certain content will be before players realize, hey, I don't want to play anymore. I'm logging out. Right? It makes it a lot more predictable. It's a big pain to me. Oh my god. Right? I mean, like, I mean, it's unfortunate, but it seems like a realistic way of looking at it, honestly. What else did they change? I can't remember anything else. Let me think. Was that the only thing they changed? I guess. Oh, okay. I guess there's this too. Okay, so back then, you would click this button, and then you would just have like a pop up here that looked kind of like this. But now, but back then you could only select one artifact set at a time. But now you can select apparently as many as you want. I've never really done this before. Okay, wow, as many as you want apparently to display. Yep. So yep, there's that. Sorry. Oh, this thing. Okay. Yeah. So this is a new button. Basically, it you click it and then you will see like how many of the game's players use whatever artifact set on each character. And apparently, wow, a gigantic majority of the population uses 4 Wanderers on Ganyu. Jeez, alright, that's a lot. Didn't realize that. Apparently, not a lot of people use Shimenawa on Ganyu. Honestly, the only reason why I'm on Shimenawa is because, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, that's right. That stream where I was going to, 100% this region, and people in chat were saying, "Hey, try Shimenawa." And I was like, "Yeah, sure, okay, whatever." I spent like 10 minutes trying to look for my my appropriate Shimenawa pieces, and I ended up with a decent set actually. What else did we get? I don't remember. Artifacts. Ah, here it is. Yeah. 4 maidens. 4 clam. 2 maiden. Oh my god. People certainly are using their Barbara as just a pure healer. I mean, I guess there's not really any other way you could play Barbara. So I guess. Yes, it is. It is the percentage of people using it. Okay. Well, for Scarlet, I mean, she's a new character, right? This came out in 4.2. So I guess it makes sense that people are kind of not really, yeah, not really set on exactly what set most people would be using on her. Okay, I guess I understand the 2 Glad and 2 Emblem, because she's a healer, and I believe her burst is like 80 energy. She just pressing E generates you 3 particles, and holding E generates you 5, but holding E is kind of a pain, so I would imagine people don't want to hold E and just want to press E, so that means they have to build a lot more ER on their Scarlet. And because she's an attack scaling healer, yeah, they're building her attack. Okay, I kind of get it. I guess I know, yeah, I would understand why people would build her for Noblesse, because she's a cryo catalyst healer, and so far I can't really think of any other teams to put her in other than a Freeze team. So she would be a good candidate for a Noblesse user. Probably the only one using a Shimenawa on Barb. What? I just checked that one. That looks very informative. Sometimes it can be misleading, I think. Okay, yeah, that one is... That's okay, I guess. Too glad to Petra. Yeah, it's not... Deepwood, wow. Oh, okay, because I'm on Dendro MC. Alright, I'm on Dendro MC. Okay, Bennett. Alright, let's see. Bennett's probably like 99% for Noblesse. Okay, not 99, but, you know, pretty up there. 90% of people have 4 Noblesse on Bennett. Chingcho, I'm gonna guess 60% Emblem. Ah, okay, not bad. Kinda close. Hi, hey, what's up, Genshin Gamer? Yo, late Merry Christmas, man, and a Happy New Year to you. Okay, how about Yao Yao? What would people use on Yao Yao? Probably Deepwood? Oh, okay, yeah, Deepwood. 4 Millilith. Oh, because of the thing, okay. Not very good uptime, but at least decent uptime, I guess. Hi, hey, what's up, Maria? Yo, late Merry Christmas, man, and a Happy New Year to you. Freddy Fazbear. Yao Yao summoning Freddy Fazbear. Great, cool. Oh, how about Raiden Shogun? This is probably like unanimous. Yeah, probably similar to Bennett with 90% on 4 Noblesse. Raiden Shogun's probably on like 90% 4 Emblem, right? Oh my god, okay. Basically everybody. 1% on... 1% are using Raiden Shogun as a Hyper Bloom procer. That's funny. No, it's actually, it's not wrong. Yeah, it's not wrong. It is for Gilded, and these are the players that are using Raiden Shogun to proc Hyper Bloom. And they're just using like either like a Dendro healer or a Hydro healer, or somebody else on the team as a healer. Or they just have a shielder. Like a really good shielder. Yeah, but honestly, I thought there would be quite a bit more players that use her like this, not 1%. Wow, that is very surprising. Okay, I mean, I'm not surprised by the 93% for Emblem, but I'm surprised by how few people use this. Okay, Kazuha. All right, you know what? We don't even need to look at that. That's like unanimous for very decent. How about Zhongli though? What do people check Chi-Chi if someone using physical? All right, that's a good idea. Chi-Chi. Yes, I do have Chi-Chi on this account. All right, let's see. Are people using physical Chi-Chi? For Clam? No. Okay, I mean, so obviously if you total these, it doesn't total to 100. So obviously the remainder of that would be just like everything else that other people are using. These are probably just the highest percentages. Okay. Yep. Pull the Chi-Chi. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Maria. Did you want the Chi-Chi or not? I certainly hope you didn't. How about Toma? Toma probably 4 Gilded. Huh. Interesting. I guess not enough people use Burgeon? Because I would imagine, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I understand not a lot of people play Toma, but I just, I just sort of guessed that more of the players that played Toma were using him for Burgeon. I really was guessing, for Gilded, but apparently a lot more people use him as for just a shielder. You lose sometimes 50-50 with Chi-Chi. Sometimes. Well, a little bit more than sometimes, honestly. A little bit more than sometimes, yeah. I lose 50-50 to Chi-Chi. A little bit more than sometimes. Good night, Seppo. What? What is C3, by the way? What is that? Burst? Preserver of Fortune. Okay, that is the burst. What is this? Normal charge attacks damage against the affected by card is increased by 15%. What is this? What are these constellations? They just physical Chi-Chi? What is this? Check Noel. Okay. Oh yeah, right? You know what? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if Noel's thing has adapted to the quote-unquote new meta. If I can find her. Okay, I can find her. Alright, let's see. Okay. Lot more people still using 4 Husk on her. 4 Glad. 4 Bolide. Okay, makes sense. A lot of people that are still using Noel, even as 4.2 came out when Furina was released, probably already used Noel from way back then and farmed a ton of Husk sets. So I understand they don't want to change sets because they don't really need to, frankly. They're probably still grinding at the moment. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe because the hunter domain is quite resin efficient because, like, it's the hunter set, right, which is like almost completely universal, especially if you have Furina on the team. And the golden troop is universal to all characters that rely whose DPS rely mainly on skill damage, right? So it's a very resin efficient domain. But Lisa. Alright, I'm kind of curious. Probably for Noblesse or for what's the 4-star set instructor. But I don't know. I mean, I guess like those are like the players that know what they're doing, but I don't think there are a lot of them. I think a lot of players that use Lisa are the players that are like just starting the game out and sort of are probably just using like adventure set, like the 1 and 2-star artifact set. First cost. I do not have Chi-Chi constellations. Well, that's good then. Congratulations. 4 Thundering Fury, huh? Interesting. What is this? People using Lisa as a DPS? Because TF doesn't proc off-field. What is this? DPS on-field Lisa? What does this mean? They still cooking till these days. I mean, probably. Let's see. Trying to think who would be. Oh, how about Fischl? Okay, kind of curious about Fischl, because Fischl, like, so many sets just work on her, right? Now we have Golden Troop. For Quicken teams, you could just put 4 Gilded on her, or 4 TF, or 2-piece. So I wonder what most people are using. Wow. Okay. God. Wow. That was when did the Golden Troop domain come out again? Oh, okay. I guess that was 4.0. So it's, they've had 3 version updates to farm the domain now. So a lot of them already have 4 Golden Troop. All right. But okay. I'm not surprised that this is the number 2 set. But I am surprised though that how quickly people were able to farm 4 Golden Troop. Dia. I don't have Dia. Can we look at that in the character archive? No, okay. Apparently not. No. Alright. I am curious though. I would actually like to know. Now this one I'd definitely like to know. What are people using on Aloy? Or Blizzard, okay. Alright. I'm checking it. It's Vorkasha. Okay. Well, that, makes sense. If it's not Vorkasha, then I honestly wouldn't know what other set is actually good on her. Okay, I guess there's Emblem, yeah. Or Emblem for burst damage. But yeah, okay. I think for Vorkasha is like quite significantly better on her than for Emblem. I guess nobody else here that sort of... Oh, how about Hu Tao? Okay, let's see. Do more people have Hu Tao on for Crimson or for Shimenawa? Right. This has sort of been a debate that, well, maybe not a debate, but just something that people have just not been sure on. And had just always been asking about. For Crimson. Wow, okay, that's won by a landslide. Alright. Okay. Yeah, for Crimson for sure, exactly. Right. Okay, honestly, I thought it would be a closer fight, like 60% to 45 or something. But sorry, what? I don't know, like I was thinking more like 40 to 45 to like 35%. But wow, that's a won by a landslide, huh? I guess people just don't like not having their bursts. I guess more people are more similar to us, I guess, and people don't like the feeling that they can never use their burst. Ayaka, definitely unanimous for Blizzard. Nahida. This is probably a landslide win for Deepwood. Second set is probably for Gilded. Yeah. Not even close. Not even close. Just 10%. What is 2 Deepwood, 2 Gilded. Alright, makes sense. Makes sense for those people that are farming the Deepwood domain. I guess no one else really that interesting. We already checked out Zhongli, right? Oh no, we didn't. We didn't check out Zhongli. Okay, wow. Oh my god. Why are so many people using him on 4 millilith? He's not a very reliable 4 millilith procer. His pillar breaks almost instantly, especially if you're fighting a boss. And sometimes you just face the wrong way, like you're facing outward abyss, and your pillar just doesn't even spawn. Like it sort of spawns and then disappears. So, wow, I'm surprised how many people use him on 4 millilith, but it's not even that reliable. It gives them, yeah, but like, okay, look at this. 3 seconds. Right? 3 seconds after your skill hit. Is it hits or damage? Hits. Okay, so it hits an opponent. All right, your skill hits an opponent for 3 seconds. They really have C1 or C2. I don't know. Probably. I mean, but still. But still, it's just really not very reliable. 4 millilith is just not reliable on Zhongli. Man. Mona, honestly, if more players just sort of knew like the more practical way to use the characters, I honestly I would be expecting to see more players using 4 millilith on Mona than on Zhongli. But because, you know, not everybody uses all the characters super practically, I'm gonna guess that a lot of people are on 4 Noblesse and 4 Emblem on Mona. Yeah, okay. 4 Noblesse and 4 Emblem. That's pretty close actually. And oh, hey, I'm okay. I'm happy. 10% for 4 millilith. Yeah, because Mona is a lot more reliable of a 4 millilith procer. Yeah, because Mona's skill can't be destroyed, so it's just always going to be there. Plus the fact that it's a taunt. It's a taunt, so enemies will literally go towards it and get hit. So yeah, very easy way to proc 4 millilith. Same with Kokomi, Kuki Shinobu, honestly, even Furina, Raiden Shogun, if you want to use her that way. That would be a huge waste, but yeah. Even Fischl. Yeah, even Fischl. Very reliable 4 millilith procer. A bit of a waste though, because Fischl just does so much personal damage, so it just makes sense to just build her on a DPS set. Who else? Skill. Reliable skill procer. Can't think of anybody else. Yeah, no. I think that's it. Unless, yeah. Well, I can't see all the characters in here, so I could be missing some people. Does your passive count? Passive? Mona's passive? What passive? Oh! Phantom? Phantom created in this manner. I don't know, honestly. Because it doesn't say mirror. Yeah, it doesn't say mirror reflection of doom. It just says create a phantom. So I don't know if that would work. That would be cool though. I can't really test it because I don't have 4 millilith at all. I've never farmed that domain on this account. Oh, how about... Okay, you know, never mind. Easily unanimous for Golden Troop. 89%. The next one's 1%. And the next one is 1%. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Alright, that's probably the worst. The biggest difference we've seen so far between first and second. Oh, that's... Wow. Alright. The unlucky people who can't get the right stats. Yes, me! I'm one of those people, and I'm not even part of the statistics. Look at this. Nobody's using the stuff that I'm using. Nobody's using only 2 emblem because, like, I have nothing. No, it's all good, man. So I actually already have 3 usable pieces. Let me see. I think it was this. Yeah, it was this. I mean, okay. I didn't say good pieces. I said usable pieces. Compared to what I got now, this is kind of sad, honestly. But it's not that far behind. But it, you know, it's usable. And I have this thing, which is, you know, it's okay, I guess. This is, well, no, never mind. Alright, I just don't have a goblet and a circlet. Or a circlet. And my problem with using... So this is probably my better piece among all of it. But my problem with it is I'd be losing this almost 12% ER. And here's my ER now. Which I think, especially solo Hydro, 208 is like a very... It is quite a comfortable amount of ER. And I don't know, I feel like losing 11 or 12% ER might put me in a weird spot. Plus the fact that I'd be losing my... Oh, yeah. So not only would I be losing 12 ER from the substat, I would also be losing this 20 ER. So I would be losing 32 ER. HP percent big though. Yeah, it was, but I don't know. I don't think it's worth not being able to rotate properly. Yeah, hey, like, you know, all off pieces, but at least decent crit ratios. Unfortunately, at the cost of not being part of the statistics. What Gene? What do people use on Gene? Do people use 4 VV on her? I would imagine 4 VV is probably the most popular one. And then, like, second would be, like, 2-piece. Yeah. 4 VV, 2-piece. Alright. Makes sense. Okay, well, anyway, I should really get to bed. It's like 4:20. 4:20? 4:20, nice! 4:20 in the morning. Yeah, so, last stream of 2023. For anybody who's still here at the end of this stream, really didn't mean for this to be a 5-hour stream. Really kind of thought this was going to be like a 2-hour stream. But thank you guys for, hanging on till the end. And I wish you all guys the best for 2024. I know 2023 was kind of a rough year, you know, for a lot of us. A lot more rough for some of us compared to, you know, compared to others. But yeah, I wish you all a better year in 2024. Yeah, a late Merry Christmas to you all and a Happy New Year. All right. Anyway, yo, be careful for those of you who are going to be, I guess, using or operating, using firecrackers, fireworks. Please stay away from like any firecrackers or fireworks that you've already lit but didn't pop. Like, just cover them with sand or dirt, right? Like, just don't pick them up because they might just pop in your hand. That's actually the cause of so many hospitalizations here in the Philippines on New Year's. Yeah, but yo, be careful on New Year's Eve if you're using firecrackers, fireworks, whatever. Anyway, have fun, take care, and yeah, spend time with your families, guys. Go touch grass. Stop playing video games. Just you know, just for a little bit. It only happens once a year. Right. So as usual, if you guys need any help building your characters, accounts, making a decision which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pin message in YouTube chat, which apparently I forgot to pin today. And yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. You too, man. Hey, thank you, Lap. Appreciate it, man. Great New Year for sure. I just cover it with snow. Nice. Great. That's good. Yeah, like I'm so anxious about those. Like sometimes I don't even want to walk around during New Year's. Sometimes I want to walk around with my family, walk around the streets, you know, just to see what other people are doing in the neighborhood. But like I'm so scared that there'll be like unpopped firecrackers, and then like by the time that I'm next to it, it just pops and like just hurts me or my family. Right. Anyway, thank you guys again. Late Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you all. Bye, guys.